Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks, for a very, very special, fun live stream for all of us getting together, folks. We're going to be doing a lot of things tonight. It's going to be an AMA chill stream, but most importantly, we're also going to be going over the Royal Rumble results. How are we all doing, all you beautiful people, folks? I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your King of Extreme. Yes, okay, and you're getting every single note of extreme from my throat, folks. Thank you for being here. God bless every last one of you people. Welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. I am your King of Extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, folks. And I am excited to get into all of the varying things of this evening, but most importantly, the Royal Rumble results, folks. So I'm glad that you're all here. And if you got an AMA, drop it in the comments. I got no problem. I might review a little wine later tonight. We'll see how it goes. But without further ado, good ladies and gentlemen, let's get right in to the Royal Rumble 2023, folks. Now, I, as your King of Extreme, was basically robbed in every prediction. There was a couple I came close, but Tony also suffered the robbery of the century on this particular one, folks. This was, even I felt bad for T on this one, but I'm not going to give any spoilers into it. There were a few difficulties at the beginning, but nothing huge. So I ask that you be a little forgiving, because it's just the first 5 minutes where there's a few audio issues, but then the ride is rain. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, folks. I am your King of Extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands. Folks, we are here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Yes, that is Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. Be sure to join in so you can be part of this amazing journey. I am, of course, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, and folks, the man too sweet to be sour while making the other podcast cower, because we got to give a little bit of nod to Dusty, but that's a little bit of a spoiler for later, folks. But yes, here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, YouTube and Spotify, but of course me, K.O.E. Nation. You can find me, Phil K.O.E., at not Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, but you can also find me there, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, YouTube and Spotify, but at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And this evening, folks, I am pulling for time so that certain technical difficulties can be achieved and overcome, and hey,
we're just waiting for you to stop so we can come back on.
Well, no, you were having the technical difficulties, so I figured I could just talk for the next 45 minutes and really just talk about how awesome I am, where you can find me, K.O.E. Nation, on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. You can also try and find me at Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube. You can find me all over the place. And also, there was this thing called Royal Rumble, too. Hey, Tony and Chicken, how you doing?
I'm great. 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, non-COPPA friendly Tony fucking G, folks. Like, share, subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Big Bucket Empire on Facebook, and all of your podcasting platforms, sponsored by Anchor. Last night was Royal Rumble, and we're also joined tonight by Dr. Chicken at Barker Cluck on Twitter, the one, the only.
Your Big Buckin' Emperor. Fun show last night. It was actually, for the most part, pretty fun. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. All I have is a bottle of tea. Gentlemen, whatever liquid you have with you, raise it right now, because we're gonna say water. What doesn't matter.
It's not a Mountain Dew Pitch Black, unfortunately.
Oh, but what I'm gonna say is just this, and excuse my cursing, but it is in tribute. Fuck, do we miss Pat Patterson? Raise your glasses, folks. God.
Yeah, I sure do.
Last night that was all I could think. throughout that entire both Rumble matches is, boy, do we miss Pat Patterson. God Almighty. They could really
we're
use
going to get into
agent
that for sure. But like Phil, you and I watched this together at your place. Chicken got to start watching this live as it was unfolding, and he was not giving us spoilers, but he was giving us his thoughts. And I'm like, okay, this is gonna be really. And we had a very different reaction to what we were watching. It sounds like, especially in the Rumble.
Yeah. So, well, folks, the best place to start with all this is the beginning. So let's start at the beginning. And what is the best thing to start a Royal Rumble event? You know, it's the biggest mystery of all year. It's something that people wait around all year to see. So clearly, let's open the show with it.
Yeah. I gotta say, as soon as Chicken told us that the men's match was opening the show, I'll be honest.
That's what I knew. There was going to be a lot of disappointments.
Yeah, my excitement level dropped like 3 points because that's never a good sign. Like I don't know if that just means they knew they didn't have something spectacular, or they just knew they couldn't not put Roman on last. Like I don't know. It felt very wrong. This one specifically.
So
felt
it was like I could see why you'd feel that way, but by the end of which we'll get into, you know, how the show played on, I get why they did it, because well, you can hate this all you want. Like, yes, it is the Royal Rumble, but the main event and the story to be told, you almost had to do the men's Rumble first, so you didn't have any like mixing and matching with the bloodline going on. Like, you had to keep these completely divorced of each other to make sure you didn't make the story convoluted. And if you're going to get Cody over, you can't have Sami Zayn. We talked about this in our predictions. Like, you can't have Sami Zayn join the Rumble. So you had to divorce the bloodline and the Rumble into two different things that were going to happen on the same show. And that was what they did.
Yep. And
I agree with that, unfortunately, because they wanted Sami in the Rumble. They wanted Sami to be in the Rumble, and if Sami
we all wanted Sami in the Rumble, it would have been great.
I was about to say, everybody but The Office wanted Sami in that Rumble.
There you go.
But like I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, Chicken, I don't know what your reaction was, but I'm going to give you my take on the Rumble is the first 2/3 of it was dog shit. Like, that was just like, fuck, do we miss Pat Patterson? That was all I was telling myself. The first 2/3 of the Royal Rumble match, the only thing that was sort of significant was Gunther's effort and Bobby Lashley dumping Brock over. That was it.
So yeah,
nothing else of it. Oh yeah, Montez Ford did the best with the 30 seconds he was given, and
that
still
was
looked
really
better than everybody in that fucking ring that night. And I say that with no hyperbole. And it really wasn't until Logan Paul, of all people.
Oh, that was
and there
great.
was even a guy in the crowd. They cut to a guy going, Logan Paul? Like, and he spoke for everybody. Like, there's one guy in the crowd going, Logan Paul? What the fuck is that? But
not
Logan
only
gave us a moment.
All that, and then you had like the crowd popped when Edge came out, and Edge is taking out Judgment Day. But then Judgment Day just like jumps back into the ring and fucks him over, and they leave. They leave Mysterio.
Now,
like,
two things.
Dominic gets to stay. Of all the three, Dominic gets to stay in almost the whole time. I was like, oh,
I know. But like, Tony and I were watching this together, and there's two things that I thought was pretty funny about Edge, and one of them was like you said, Finn Balor, Dominic, and Damian Priest, they're all standing there in the ring like, oh no, it's Edge. And there's only 3 of us. What are we going to do? Clearly, let's take him on one at a time, because that works out in the Kung Fu movies for the bad guys. So let's do that. And then when they eliminated Edge, I remember Finn Balor, after he pulls him out, just gets into one of the refs' face and just goes, yeah! And I'm like, as you would do, like in a bar fight, or like you just go up to random people that are watching, go, yeah! Like,
I've got CBS Sports recap pulled up. I had a whole notepad plus all of our picks, and I don't know where the hell that is. Probably with my normal sunglasses, cannot find it for the life of me. So
1,000% chance.
I know I
are
took
like
it
within
home
a
last
foot of
night.
each other.
I
Yep.
just cannot find them. So I've
Yep.
got CBS Sports pulled up. You guys touched on some of the stuff that did happen, but I'll gloss over this as quickly as I can. Yeah, you had Intercontinental Champion Gunther and Sheamus drew number 1 and 2 respectively. They filled up. Kofi comes in, and then Gargano came in at 5, and he really kind of hung on quite a while. Sheamus, Gargano and Sheamus kind of teamed up and kicked out number 3, The Miz, pretty quickly. Miz didn't get a lot of ring time. I was surprised.
That's all right.
Why the hell did Gargano got way more time? I think you could have swapped that. But
well, it was a challenge. They kept him out there for 30 minutes, and in that 30 minutes, I think I saw 2 different expressions on his face.
That's pushing it. Xavier came out in number 6. That obviously the NXT Tag Team Champions. New Day had a pretty big advantage at that point. Gunther knocked over Kingston in the ropes, set up what appeared to be a classic spot, but Kingston appeared to hit the commentator's chair too soon or too hard, and he hit the floor. And we watched it. Phil, you were saying the second time in a row to go for
last
2,
year,
but
it was bad.
It was weird because we watched it happen, and the way he ended up, like he ended up correct. Well, not correct, but he ended up the best possible way you could. But the camera shot that they used on the live feed, there was no going back from it. I think that's probably what they were feeding to the ref, and the ref had to tell him, look, no, the camera angle that they got, it was too blatant. We can't bypass that.
Yeah, the announcers were trying to sell it that he was still eligible, but yeah.
Yeah, they were buying time to find out if they could actually use it.
Give them credit. They were trying.
So unfortunate, but I saw what they were trying to go for. Too bad, though. Two-time Rumble winner Brock Lesnar comes in at 12.
So you recognize him from that reality show, don't you?
He exceeded 30 career eliminations by tossing out Santos Escobar, Angelo Dawkins, and Chad Gable. Lashley came in at number 13 and floored Lesnar with the spear and eliminated Lesnar quickly. This was pretty big. Lesnar went ballistic, destroyed the announcer's table, and gave an F5 to number 14 Baron Corbin. It was great.
Before he even got in, that was funny.
Yeah, love that spot.
Tony and I were joking, I just want every wrestler to come in and just hit their finish on Baron Corbin there at ringside and then get in the ring. Because he was set up perfectly for curb stomp from Seth. I was like, do it. And I wanted that to be.
They did that to somebody a few years ago. Was it Heath Slater? I think it was. I think it was Heath Slater a few years back.
Yeah, Baron Corbin's a good guy to take Heath Slater duty.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Seth Rollins entered at the halfway mark. He immediately got rid of Corbin, who had just recovered.
Yeah, he threw him in and then threw him out immediately. It was great. Yep. I loved it.
It was pretty fast, but it's not as fast as Santino Morella's elimination.
The ref spot from Lesnar to the referee where he just handed him over the barricade.
Yeah, that was okay. That's like the Joe Rogan bit where he said if you were going to look at a skeleton of Brock Lesnar 40 million years from now, and aliens were to look at a skeleton of Brock Lesnar next to a skeleton of David Spade, you would think those are 2 different animals.
Yeah,
100%. And that was one of those moments I thought back to that moment because that was Brock Smash. That was Jesus God Almighty. Now I gotta say, so Brock eliminated by Bobby. So what is it going to be? Gunther versus Brock versus Bobby 3-way Intercontinental title?
They teased the stare down, but then they didn't do anything with it. That was disappointing because at first I was like, hey, I kind of like that idea.
That at SummerSlam. I think that's going to be a SummerSlam match because they're going to do the trilogy. And this is what I was kind of hoping for a few months back when they started teasing Gunther. You had the
so you remember Miz just a little bit. Actually, believe it or not, he actually won the world title for 5 minutes one time. He won the Money in the Bank, and he just kind of won it through sneaky, no good means, and everybody booed him and hated it, and it was the perfect heel reaction. So he was even world champ. So that little guy, the Miz, that you remember, boy, how did he ever make it? Doesn't surprise me that he was in he was on MTV. I think it was The Real World or Road Rules, one or the other. And he just pretended to be a wrestler the whole time, and it freaked everybody else out. So this was film. It was no. It was not, sir. We're just going over the results.
The first match with Lashley, where Lashley got the win because he had MVP in his corner and there was some other shit going on. And then the rematch was a little underwhelming. Brock was still playing happy-go-lucky Brock, and he didn't really like flat back beat Lashley, so it kind of like they left the door open, like maybe there is going to be a trilogy, and this is clearly how this is set up. But they did sprinkle that Gunther match in there, so I'm guessing Gunther maybe by SummerSlam or something else, maybe Survivor Series along the like. But they'll get to it, but I think they've got to finish off that Lashley trilogy first. And after Lesnar finally,
I'd like to see Gunther Lesnar at Mania way more.
That'd be cool.
I'll be honest.
Be a better match.
Lashley Lesnar was literally like day late, dollar short. I don't know how else to describe it. Like they brought the feud on way too late. They took too many years of teasing it, and it was never going to live up to the hype. And then when we got to it, it was just kind of a dollar short. We've kind of seen it. And so, yeah, I'd much rather see Brock versus Gunther. And I think that'd be best for business is on the biggest stage of them all, Brock putting Gunther over.
Yes, that has to be the way to go.
Yep, but that's not going to be the way they go. It'll be Lashley. So,
do we love Bobby? Like I said, you got to give Donald Trump credit. He did the impossible, and that was get Bobby Lashley over.
Somebody had to do it.
Do we love Bobby?
Was he
we had MVP almost do it.
Everybody wishes they were.
And they had to break that up. So no. And but now we get down to some of the nitty gritty of this Royal Rumble match.
Number 17, Rey Mysterio's music hits, but he never comes out. They play it again, never shows up. Everybody just kind of moves on. Then number 18, Dominic Mysterio shows up wearing Rey's mask, obviously signifying there was no package, no video in the back.
And he's trying to rip it.
His little wiener arms can't even rip the mask.
It was so, and they kept going back to it like, oh, he's got it now. Oh, no, he doesn't. Go back.
It was like, did they do that on purpose or could he really not rip the mask? And it just worked out perfectly, though.
Rey gave him the hardest cow leather mask he's got in his collection. Like, here you go, son. Rip it up in front of the cameras. Then his little wiener arms can't even fucking get a stitch undone. And at one point, he just throws it all angry and just walks away from it. And there was a moment for Dominic that I loved in this Rumble. It was fucking hilarious to me, just to me. And it was the moment where everybody was teaming up on Logan Paul. And for that one moment, Dominic was one of the boys. Because, like, sorry, Dominic, even you're more one of the boys in the back than Logan fucking Paul is. Okay. Like it was like, and I hope you enjoyed it, Dominic, because I don't know if it'll ever happen again for you. But for that moment, you're one of the boys. Congrats.
Got the first surprise of the Rumble match at 21. Booker T shows up. Huge cheer for him.
He was my second pick for surprise pick, but
should have went with it. It was a good one. Booker dropped Finn with a couple of those. He hit some of those kicks and he dropped Finn with the bookend. Then the spinner-Rooney, and Sheamus just kind of sat in the corner and just kind of smiled on his face. I got to watch the spinner-Rooney live in a Rumble. Life is good. And then he was promptly tossed out by Gunther right after the spinner-Rooney.
Well, I was about to say, so yes, Booker hits the ring. Does some things where his legs go in the general vicinity of Finn Balor's face, sort of. And then he does the bookend, spin-a-rooney, and then at this point it's like, all right, somebody get me the fuck out of this ring. I am stranger in paradise at this point. Please, I've done my 4 moves. I'm a pro wrestler that's past 42. My spine is barely holding together. Get me out of this ring now. So I'm sorry. I remember years ago, an ex of mine was watching one of the reality shows, the Bella reality show, and somebody's boyfriend was injured, and I hadn't watched wrestling in years. I didn't know who this kid was. It's like, does he have a broken neck? And she's like, yeah, because that's what happens in wrestling. They all get broken necks eventually. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. When I saw Booker come out as the surprise, because they did fill up like the list of people that are going to be in it, and they only had like 3 or 4 blank heads on there. And when Booker T was the first one to come out, I go, oh, that's when I knew we weren't going to see The Rock. I was like, oh, they don't have anybody. They're literally picking.
Yeah.
When the Rumble went on first, we knew The Rock.
Yeah, The Rock ain't coming on. That's when I knew there was no Rock. But you're right, Booker T. It's like dude, they're pulling out the dude who was doing the shucky ducky quack quack just 10 minutes ago,
Yep.
and now they're having him in the Rumble. Like, I was honestly expecting Jerry Lawler to be number 30. And I'd have
He
popped for
hacksaw
it.
Jim Duggan walk out with the 2x4.
Jesus.
That would have been great though. Crowd would have.
Oh, I'd have loved it. Oh, I'd have popped. I would have wanted him to win. Hacksaw Jim Duggan won the first Royal Rumble, and so it's only appropriate. And so they're clearly going to have him against Reigns at Mania.
Big John Studd won the first one.
No, the first real Rumble that they did was on a televised thing in Madison Square Garden. It was only 15 people, and it was just to test the concept. And Jim Duggan won the very first one. But the first big time Royal Rumble, you are correct. It was Big John Studd. So, but no, it was a glorified house show that they did show on TV. So technically, Hacksaw Jim Duggan takes it.
Yeah, Jim Duggan, and he was number 13. And then the second one in Houston, Texas, ironically, Big John Studd, and that was the first 30. Very good.
Yep. So I know this because I'm the first ever winner of the Hippy Dippy Royal Rumble. But it was also like a smaller one, kind of like Jim Duggan's, and it gave me a place into the bigger Hippy Dippy Rumble. So yes, I learned all about, and I was also I was the first competitor in that Rumble and won. So I was basically Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Edge, and Shawn Michaels all rolled up in the one.
Wow, and I'm looking at this, and the next two winners were Hulk Hogan, and then you had Flair in the 92, and then Yokozuna. 93, and there was a stretch there where the 30-man Rumble was the main event, and then there's a stretch of about 3 matches where it wasn't, and then it kind of went back to being the main event again. So, for a very, very, very long stretch. Holy crap! I'm talking. Let's see here. Actually, this is worth noting. 99, 90. Yep, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
No competition years.
12. Yeah, I mean, that's why, again, I got to mention, it felt so off. And they've done it, and I've watched it before, and it always does feel off. But nevertheless, back to the Rumble, number 22, Damian Priest jumps in. Number 24 sparked a huge reaction because that's when Edge showed up, and like you said, oh no, there's only 3 of us. Oh my god,
what are we gonna do? And
he hadn't been seen since Extreme Rules in September.
Didn't top the pop in Houston though.
No, of course it didn't, and of course it didn't.
When Edge came back for the first time in 9 years,
when he won the damn thing.
Oh god!
Even though they piped in the crowd noise like it did, but I digress. Edge gets rid of Balor and Priest and leaves fucking Dominic for whatever reason. Edge kicked ass. He looked great.
Well, Tony, you got to keep Dominic strong. I mean, shit.
Shut the fuck up. A brawl broke out between Edge, Balor, and Priest on the rampway. Edge was getting the better of the exchanges before Rhea Ripley blindsided him, and Beth Phoenix, who we just saw get her head bashed in, comes to his rescue. Now, I mentioned this because this pissed me off because we knew Rhea was going to be in the women's Rumble. So you have Beth Phoenix come out and basically lay her out like a sack of shit. And she had to pretend like, oh, I'm so hurt from that one little move I got from Beth Phoenix earlier.
Right.
I didn't like it. I felt like, okay, maybe this is setting up for an angle in the women's match where Beth Phoenix comes out and then
I don't know why. Bandit. It's an amazing Hippy Dippy story.
Get that.
And it also puts me over. I don't know why he'd be.
I don't know. If this is the end of the Edge thing, boy, what a shitty blow off. But yeah, Edge came in and he was gone pretty quick because of the Judgment Day. And I don't know. I didn't like the way it went.
They ruined what could have been a good thing there. So
yeah.
But Tony,
because when the Edge thing happened, when they that Extreme Rules match, the post match, the way they ended that match, like I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I was raving over that. Like this is the first time I felt like the Judgment Day felt like a real imposing faction.
But Tony, it sets up a mixed tag match in the pay-per-view before WrestleMania. At Greatest WrestleMania.
I'm sorry, folks.
No, at Greatest WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, it'll be Edge and Beth Phoenix versus Finn Balor
Dude,
and Rhea Ripley, and you will all hate it, but all 4 of them will take home $1 million apiece. So when you ask them, what's your principal's worth? They'll say $1 million apiece. And
number 29 was Logan Paul, pretty much crushing the dreams of anybody expecting The Rock or Stone Cold or Sami Zayn. And honestly,
he had that one good spot was that with Ricochet?
Ricochet.
Yeah,
that was fucking
cool.
awesome.
Before we got to that, like he came out and like I think people were disappointed that it wasn't going to be The Rock, but they should have known since it went up first, like we were saying. And I think because it was Logan Paul and not somebody else, that's what turned him against him immediately because the crowd was not into him. And here's the thing: the last time we saw him, he earned the fans' respect. He earned that crowd. I mean, he had a fucking stellar match with Roman Reigns. He earned that crowd. And now coming back earlier than expected from an injury we thought was going to keep him shelved for a long time. No, this felt kind of unfortunate for him. They should have put him in a different spot. I really think they handicapped his star appeal with where they put him. And like you said, yeah, the guys all gang up on him. Dominic even gets in on it, but Logan Paul did manage to get the crowd back. The spot with Ricochet. It was set up for a little too long, but it didn't matter in the end because you had Ricochet on the opposite end of the ring, both of them standing on the apron on the other side of the ropes, and they're both just looking at each other, holding the top rope, and you're like, oh my God, like we know Ricochet can hit that springboard. We know Logan Paul's a freak, but like this is going to be a mid-air collision. Like,
well, my thought was he was able to do it in his match with Roman Reigns, but he's had to heal from a major knee injury.
Yeah.
Does he have that same spring in his step? Because as somebody that's had some, I've had a lot of martial arts injuries. And after every injury, you have to go through this process of re-educating that limb. Like it just has to be completely re-educated all over again. And I was wondering, did he get enough re-education? And apparently he took that knee to fucking Yale and Harvard because he came back like just springing his step. Like
they
you
met halfway.
Even,
that wasn't it wasn't like Ricochet had to save the spot. They met halfway.
No.
Yeah,
like
awesome.
I almost wonder if the knee injury was a work, so they had an excuse not to put him in the ring because they wanted to keep him fresh. Because it's almost reminded me of Shawn Michaels that like the moment that WCW folded up and there was no one for him to unretire to, and Vince stopped paying him for not being in the ring anymore. Suddenly, that career-ending back injury was healed, and he came back every bit the performer he once was. Like it almost made me wonder if Logan Paul.
I think that's a bit of a stretch comparison, but
he comes back after his career-ending back injury to have one of the greatest matches in WWE history, Tony. Like I don't know, I know if that's what he did, I fucking appreciate the work. He fucking worked the promoter. God bless you, Sean.
Okay, I'm glad we could talk about Shawn Michaels here. So then after
I'll always
Logan
find
Paul,
a reason to squeeze in that.
God damn it, Bill. So then the long-awaited return.
This review of the Royal Rumble's lasting almost as long as the Royal Rumble.
Like I said, I was hoping to get through this one quick, but
no, my legs hanging onto the rope, not going over with the subject.
Will not get tossed over the rope. He just will not let this Rumble end. Cody Rhodes, number 30, and this is really where, like, this is what pissed me off because as soon as Logan Paul was 29, we knew who number 30 was going to be because it was the only announced name on the list that hadn't shown up yet. And at the halfway point, I'm like, why is Cody not in this yet? And as we got 16, 17, 18, 19, I'm like, they're going to have him come in 30th. He's going to be number 30.
What good fortune.
And here's what drives me nuts. If you're going to announce Cody Rhodes weeks ahead of the Rumble as coming back way before he should have, why are you going to hold him out to number 30? You put him in at 15, you let him get that story comeback, like, oh my God, what a performance. But if you announce him and you put him in at the 30 spot, the easiest road possible to victory.
There's a reason for that.
You've already handicapped his return. And honestly, it felt very much cheated because you shouldn't be handed that win like that because we all know the 30 spot. You're the freshest guy. It gives you the best odds to win, technically speaking. So to me, it felt like they were kind of handicapping his appeal to the fan base, especially to the 50,000 in attendance. I'm like, I hope this doesn't bite them in the ass. Luckily, the people he had to work with helped make it work. I understand he's coming back from injury. He's not 100%.
That's what I was going to
this
say.
day.
He's the reason why they handicapped it is because the guy in the ring is probably to some extent still handicapped, and so he's probably that
I was
arm is
thinking that
probably
too.
only at 60%. If
I
we're
was
being
thinking
honest,
that too. But the way he performed with who he performed with, like, I
You
don't
were
think
in
it's that as big of a
you
deal as
couldn't
we thought.
tell. But like,
That's
no,
what I
like,
mean.
okay, there's a reason why Seth Rollins is in there till the bitter end, because Cody Rhodes could come in there without any arms, and Seth could still get a damn good match.
And did they before we continue? Was it Seth and Logan Paul they kind of teased?
Yeah,
Which
There was a little bit. Yeah.
I'm all on board. You get fuck yes, give me Logan Paul and Seth Rollins. I think that match makes the most sense.
I didn't know how much I wanted to see that.
I want to see that. I really, really do. But yeah, it does come down to number 30 going head to head against number 1 Gunther. Cody versus
Which
Gunther.
was like in itself, when it was just them two, they had what, like another 10, 12-minute match? It was pretty good.
They went for a while. That's where the Rumble
yeah.
really shifted gears for me. Like I was glad to see Cody. You knew he was going to win it at this point, but it just felt like they handicapped his appeal by putting him in the 30 spot. And if you're going to put him in the 30 spot, don't announce him weeks in advance.
Right.
That is your 30 spot.
Make
That's
him
your
the
big
surprise.
return. It should have been a surprise. I mean,
Now,
they
Tony,
did it back asswards.
There's a reason that they announced that too, and it has nothing to do with K.O.E, and it was all to do with 2 weeks ago. It was all backstage office intrigue, and it was kind of the way to remind the world, oh, hey, do you remember we do this thing in a wrestling ring with boots and tights and ropes and stuff? You should pay attention to that. Cody Rhodes is coming back. Here you go, folks. Here's something that you want. And so
announce him, he should have been midway in the match. If you're going to keep him a surprise, he should have been 30. And he was 30.
The office wanted to be face.
I don't know. They missed a big opportunity, I think, in his appeal. And I said, you cannot afford to toy with the appeal to the crowd, because he has a chance to be your big superstar. And you are very severely lacking. Like, you have Roman Reigns. The crowd is behind Sami Zayn. They have not yet turned on Cody Rhodes like the AEW crowd did, like I predicted. Your Becky Lynch is hopefully getting back to that man level run that she was in. But I mean, other than that, you don't have a lot of superstar or potential superstars. So you've got to protect him, and you've got to put him in the best position. And that's what Gunther did here. Let's applaud Gunther for over an hour of work.
He did great.
To being the last person thrown out to the eventual winner, Cody Rhodes.
Any stripes he hadn't already earned, he earned them last night.
My God.
Tony and I saw him live in Houston, and like, he was a lot stockier back then. He's a lot more slim and
pudgier
fit now.
Phil. We can call a spade a spade here.
Okay.
He's gotten in amazing shape on the main
roster. I never thought, looking at that guy in Houston, that I would be looking at the Iron Man for the Royal Rumble. Like, I knew that guy was going to go places eventually, because just the way, like, it's kind of like Rusev, where like, you don't really get it until you're in the same room. And when you're in the same arena, you get the presence. Yeah. And with Gunther at the time, Walter, it was very much that. And yeah, he's a little pudgier, but like, he just looked like he would whip the fuck out of every single person in that arena. And like, I know how to fight. See, and I'm even like, this guy looks like he might be able to whip the fuck out of me. Okay. And that's a good wrestler. And he went to like Chicken said, he truly is the ring general at this point. He's got his stripes.
I saw in the finish of the Rumble, it made up for everything else that was lacking, because it was a strong fit. It made up for the disappointment of them ruining the surprise and putting him at 30. Gunther versus Cody, that needs to be a main event WrestleMania, because this is the best example I can think of right now with the current modern era product. With two guys on the WWE roster, Gunther is the best example of an old school golden era WWF level heel superstar to put up against a, no pun intended, Dusty Rhodes level babyface attraction. Like, this felt very, very old school to me. Cody and Gunther sharing the ring, doing the match that they were doing there, having that match within a match, that felt like golden era wrestling. And the appeal was so good because they told the story of Gunther right through that match. That's one of the big things they got right. And Cody had a great run there, even though it was from the number 30 spot. But the way they formulated this and got those two into the finish, the end of this was fantastic. The teasing spots, Cody tried to get a little cute with some of the false eliminations, but
even had Tony on the edge of his seat. He doesn't want to admit it. Tony was on the edge of his seat.
I was worried he was going to fuck it up.
Quit getting cute here. And so it's like,
I was worried he'd fuck it up, but I mean,
there's a couple that I was kind of doing the same. I'm like,
Gunther was my 1 point pick. So if Cody would have fucked up, I'd have been ahead for the whole night. So, but that would have my fortunes would have changed eventually. But then, so now, Tony, I'm gonna give away the ending here. All right.
Oh,
Cody.
Okay.
Finally gets Gunther over the top rope. He points to the sign. He gets on that middle rope. Then he puts his hands on both top ropes, jumps over the top rope. His feet hit the ground. And now I would like to thank and congratulate the 2023 Royal Rumble winner, Rey Mysterio.
Yes,
well
congratulations,
done.
Rey.
Well done. Like it was a brilliant strategy. He decided, fuck it, I'm not going. And Cody stepped over the top rope. His both feet hit the ground. We saw it on camera. Well done, Rey.
Howdy, Jeremy. Official winner is Cody Rhodes, though.
Yes.
Hopefully Rey gets a.
So apparently that's who my running mate should be, according to Tattooing Man 10 Man. Yes, you brilliant bastard.
Yeah, Cody Rhodes wins the Royal Rumble as
or
expected,
Rey.
And it was, honestly, 2/3 of it, like you said earlier, Phil. I didn't care for it. It was very lackluster. I mean, I was tired yesterday. I'll be honest. That probably ruined a lot of my excitement, but it just didn't feel.
I thought they tried to throw in some stories and try to mix. It was like you'd see a couple and then it would just go flat for a little bit, and then they'd like Edge would come out and then it would go flat for a little bit. So they were trying. I thought the men's one was way better than the women's, which I know we'll get to in a bit, but
we'll get there.
Hang on. Woo! All right. So what is next to this carnival cavalcade of craziness?
We got to grade it, Phil.
Oh,
I know you like putting the cart before all of the horses, but let's grade this first.
Yes. I like having a cart where the wheels are so slick that if it's going downhill, it just passes the horses right on by.
You pass the cart and horse in front of you.
I'm just that awesome. Just my own willpower makes the cart go forward.
Chicken, how would you grade this? Because you seem to enjoy it a lot more than us.
Yeah, I think I gave it a 3.75. Like, take all the negativity out of it. It being the opening show, like I thought it did enough. It didn't have the surprises we wanted, but as just like you used what you had, knowing you can't get The Rock and you can't get these surprises, I thought it was actually pretty good for what they had. Even though it opened, there's a lot of disappointment there. But performance-wise, yeah, there's a couple botches with 30 people. You're going to have it. I thought overall it was entertaining. It was fun to watch. So 3.75 is what I gave it.
Phil,
I'm going to give it 2 different grades. As a match, I'm going to give it 3 stars. Okay. It was a little bit above average. As a Royal Rumble match, I'm giving it 1.75.
Yeah, I was kind of going to say the same thing.
And if you think I'm being over the top, guys, we need to do a watch along sometime of the 1992 Royal Rumble, and you will agree with me. It was one of the greatest matches of all time. And Bobby the Brain Heenan on commentary was MVP of the year. But
so Tony, what's your grade?
God damn it, Phil. Phil's all about shilling shit from like 30 years ago today. All right. As a Rumble, I would give it like a.
Wait, was Shawn Michaels in that one? No, just sorry.
Yes, he was actually. He was in that. He was the young baby face who hadn't.
I shouldn't have. I should.
Vince McMahon's eye yet, and so he had to prove himself to him yet. It's amazing work.
But anyway, Tony, what was yours?
I don't know, Phil. You want to tell him what mine was?
I'm gonna guess yours was 3.2.
As a Rumble, I'd give it a 2. As a match, I'm gonna go 2.75. Like I said, I enjoyed the end, and the spots that were good were really good. But other than that, like the fill-in spots, it just, man, I'm like, it made you feel like, man, this roster's not as good as they say it is. Like, every guy that comes out. And Phil at one point asked me, how many champions are in this? And there was actually quite a few, which
it was 50%. 50% of the
almost 50.
participants.
And
Like,
that
I think it's
made
off
me
by 2.
actually think, wow, that actually sucks, because the fact that there's that many in it and I'm still this underwhelmed. But yeah, the finish was great. A couple other spots were really nice. I'm going to give it a 2.75 overall.
Yeah. Well,
And it went on first.
I was making the point that's like, boy, everybody gave Hogan a lot of crap for hogging the belt, but it made it mean something. Like when everybody in the Rumble's been a champion, it's like, well, folks, it kind of feels like the boxing events. It's like 2 guys you've never heard of with 15 belts apiece are going to now tap each other with jabs for 16 rounds or 12 rounds. But for this one, it was like, okay, 30 people who have all held the world title are now going to. So like, yeah, I do think the Roman Sammartino thing is a great idea.
All right, let's move on finally to the Mountain Dew Pitch Black match. Now, oh boy, build on this thing.
Hey, real quick, do you guys like Cosmic Bowling?
I do. Do you like laser tag?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
You know,
the
like
90s was fun.
Yeah. And I have like I imagine right now on WWE.com there's probably a neon kendo stick available for sale
for like $6,000.
I hate to say, I like the fact that after Bray would get hit with it, it would leave a mark.
All right,
that neon.
Let's set the scene before we confuse people here, Phil. You're
okay.
Again,
so
putting the cart before the horse, bud.
Well, I'm sorry. He brought up the kendo stick. I'm sorry.
I know you love the kendo stick,
but okay. The real setup for this, folks, is WWE figured out a way to make a match a commercial.
Yeah. This was heavily promoted by Mountain Dew Pitch Black. It was not as bad as the Pizza Hut match from like last year or the year before that I've tried to wash from my memory, where the Street Profits basically just shoved Pizza Hut into the camera's throat for like 10 minutes. It was this was not that egregious. There was at least some actual violence to say.
It wasn't as good as the KFC Colonel Sanders Royal Rumble though. Or Battle Royal. So I'm sorry. That was...
Damn it. Okay, we've got fuck this company sometimes. So Bray Wyatt arrives for his first televised match in more than 2 years. Sporting a new look, folks.
What a shock.
He comes out of the door to the spooky music down the long entranceway with the lantern. No flannel or Hawaiian shirt or hat or Fiend get up. But he's got kind of eyeliner on. He looks a little gothic, and all of his puppets in their human form or down the ramp. LA Knight's already in the ring. We don't care. He looks fine. He looks like a real professional wrestler. He's great. I like him.
So Bray's gone
Wyatt
emo.
Wyatt gets in the ring. Emo goth Bray Wyatt now. And then they dim the lights. And then they kind of put on the purple night vision lights.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Bray Wyatt's
light.
skin, I don't know how to describe it. It looks like he was in the middle of a fucking German bukkake.
Were you not waiting for like the Hardys fucking music to start playing when you saw his face? Yeah, I was just like, oh yeah.
Like I'm thinking, like, how many hours were you in makeup? People painting.
Oh my god,
it looked pretty cool though. Like they did a lot of intricate details to it. Like I don't know if you needed to. But...
No, that's the thing. Visually, it looked very impressive. You're like, clearly they paid attention to detail. This took a long time to put together. Are they going to do this every fucking time? Like, that's half of Bray Wyatt's weekend is getting geared up for his fucking match on Saturday. It seems like too much. Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe people.
Well, I mean, nothing is too much for a Mountain Dew Pitch Black.
Okay, stop. You got to stop with that. God damn it. So then this thing kicks off, and they've got the big Mountain Dew Pitch Black in the center of the ring, and I mean everything is neon, cosmic bowling, laser tag vibey, and they're just having like a hardcore match, not even like a good one. They're just brawling with.
Did they even announce the rules to the match before they rang the bell? Because I was confused. I didn't know what was happening.
Tony,
nobody knew.
They didn't have a hardcore match. They had a Mountain Dew Pitch Black match, Tony. I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna
I'm just doing what
okay.
Michael Cole and Corey Graves are doing all night here at the
Phil.
Mountain Dew pitch black match. Like that, like they used every chance they had to get the words Mountain Dew in there. They could not resist in
All
the
right.
Mountain Dew pitch black
Okay.
match.
So Wyatt beats up on Knight. He attempted to do a suplex over the barricade onto the steel steps, but Knight escapes, and they almost missed his spot. Wyatt almost lost his footing because, big shocker, he can't fucking see in the dark, and he jumps over the barricade, and they both go through the announce table, and Wyatt just kind of dusts himself off and keeps going after Knight. They go in the ring, and that's when the glow of the dark kendo stick fucking sorry. I skipped a big. Oh my god, I forgot about the announce table. It exploded with like
I was about to bring
neon
up
Orbeez, those fucking like things like kids play with. I think that's what it was. They were like green Mountain Dew glowing colors.
Yeah,
They were there all
color
night
of
too.
Mountain
That's the
Dew.
best part.
Yeah,
They were
never
all
left.
over the
They never
floor all
cleaned them
night.
up.
Yeah, like even Becky Lynch got thrown into that shit later. She's
Yeah.
like, ew, I got the Fiend's bad angle on me. Ew.
But yeah, then the glow in the dark kendo stick, and like you said, it stuck to him. Didn't matter, and he runs right into his sister Abigail for the finish. And that was the match. And then the post match basically
That
lasted
wasn't
as
the
long as
end.
the match.
Yep.
Yeah, because of
And
course
then-
it did.
Well,
What the fuck?
Tony, it lasted as long as the Mountain Dew pitch black match.
Okay, so,
So
after
here's
the
Brought to you
1,
by
2,
Mountain
3
Dew.
Here's the part about this match that kind of confused me, other than everything else in the match. But
Right.
as long as that fucking entryway was, didn't it seem like they made it over to whatever backstage area pretty goddamn quick for the Uncle Howdy spot? I was like,
before
dude,
they got there though,
I'm like,
shit,
that
forget it.
ramp was like fucking 2 football fields long. Like,
Yeah, it was so long.
Yeah.
But before
But like
that
when
happened,
the stick comes out, the first time LA Knight swings it, it just goes straight on the top of Bray's head. You
Bill,
can see
you're
going,
missing something
dude,
here
the
that's
fuck?
very important to that spot. Because after the 1, 2, 3, Bray Wyatt kind of goes to the corner and then turns around. They still haven't put the lights back on, even though the match is over. And now he's wearing a mask. And it's
for no reason.
It's not the Fiend. Like before his eyes, he had like contacts in that were like glowing red contacts with this weird white face makeup. But now he's got on, when he had his back, it looked like the Fiend hair. And he turns around, it's white. You're like, it's.
Now, you
I don't
see,
know what the fuck that is. It looks
I'm
like
guessing
shit.
Bray Wyatt gets the same sort of YouTube algorithm nerd shit that I do, because around the time I found out about the Batman Death in the Family comic book where Joker has his face taken off and put back on, that's when the Fiend comes in with his weird looking mask. And then just a few months ago, YouTube started sending me stuff about the movie Insidious and the red demon in that movie. And now Fiend comes with the red Insidious mask. So apparently we've got the same nerd YouTube feed, and that's where he gets all of his gimmicks from.
Yeah, I don't know. Might as well put on one of those masks with the really long nose. You just drop your keys into a basket when you walk in with all the other adults, and
Key party.
that's kind of
I'm waiting for Plague Dr. Fiend. That's
All right. So then, like you said, they quickly get to this little backstage area, and LA Knight's blasting him with the kendo stick, no effect, and then he gets choked out with the mandible claw, and you're like, "That's it? All that for that?"
Yeah.
Oh,
so
no.
they make Bray look like this world beater because he's not, like, he's just absorbing all these blows like nothing's there. And then this half-assed mandible claw is all it takes. Like I was waiting for like something just like, holy shit, like Bray's gonna catch him and then it's over. No, mandible claw. I'm like,
there was a holy shit chant. There was
thank
a
his
holy
lucky
shit chant.
stars. There was, there's no Randy Orton around.
Fuck you, Phil. There was
might set him on fire.
There was
again.
a holy shit chant, and it was not deserved at all because the mysterious, the incomparable Uncle Howdy with the top hat and all.
I knew you guys were gonna hate this spot.
On the platform way above them where the mandible claw just happened to be that put LA Knight out. And all of a sudden, fucking
I was
Uncle
laughing
Howdy
so
in the
hard through
shadows
this.
is standing on top of this platform just, "Hi, I'm Uncle Howdy." And he dives off with like an elbow drop on the
into the general vicinity of LA
vicinity of
Knight.
LA
Like,
Knight.
okay.
Go back and watch it. It looks like he doesn't want to do it.
I wouldn't want
Like-
to do it either because
like-
here's why.
He's just like,
As soon as he hit, it exploded. Fucking
Yeah,
pyro
and here's the
goes
thing.
off.
Okay, it's one thing to do it on a crash pad while the lights are on in the arena. It's another thing. It's like, okay, we're in an arena. It's all dark. There's no lights on. I'm wearing this goofy, dumb fuck mask and a top hat, and I gotta hit a flying elbow in the general vicinity of this guy. And LA Knight's got to roll into the hole. Like, oh man, that's bad.
Yeah, we're gonna hear
Yeah.
about Bo Dallas'
then-
broken shoulder tomorrow.
And then, folks, the puppets were happy.
Yeah, then
Yes.
the people
Hooray.
version of the puppets were on the platform watching, just kind of like lamb chops play along. This was so bad. God damn it.
Yeah. So, guys, the Mountain Dew pitch black match. How do you rate it on a 5-star scale?
I jokingly told I sent it to you guys at 2.5, and then all that shit happened at the end, and then I started laughing. I go, never mind, it's a 4.5. But I was
That's
like,
what
oh yeah,
that was.
I was like, you guys aren't watching this with me. God damn it! Like I was totally fucking 2.5.
Oh God.
It could have been better, but at least it didn't drag out. It was what, 5 minutes or something.
Yeah,
Like,
it didn't last. Like the
it's
post
fine.
match.
They didn't have
Didn't overstay. It's not
yeah,
very
they
well.
didn't have to do anything more than what they did. 2.5, I think. Like it didn't need to happen, but it did. So it's something to talk about.
Jesus.
Phil, go ahead.
Okay.
And we sold a lot of Mountain Dew last night.
Yeah.
As much as I hate saying it,
Pitch
told
black
Tony,
Mountain Dew.
the next time I'm in a Casey's or something and I see a pitch black Mountain Dew, I'm probably going to try it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep. But no, here's like, so unfortunately, mission accomplished Mountain Dew in WWE. God damn you. But I'm going to go ahead and, all right, as a match that involves boots and tights and wrestling rings and
Mhm.
ropes and such, I'm going to give this 175 as a match. Now, however, as a Mountain Dew pitch black match, I got to give it 5 stars. It's a
Fair,
5-star
fair.
Mountain Dew pitch black match. So,
Yeah, that
I
really
mean,
set the bar for the Mountain Dew pitch black.
I was about to
Heading
say, like,
forward.
I don't think I've ever seen anything surpass in terms of Mountain Dew pitch black matches. That's the best one.
Yeah, it really is. And I assume this is going to be a Royal Rumble staple every year.
Oh my God.
Fuck it is. You know it will be.
Oh my God. Yeah, I hated it. Like,
I don't know how they'll ever top it.
I hope they don't try.
That might be
So,
why we don't see another one for many
the
years.
fact
Like, I don't
that-
think we can top this.
The fact that Bray Wyatt hadn't had a match in almost 2 years on WWE TV, and this was it. And when we last saw Bray Wyatt, they were burying one of the best creations they had. They found a superstar in Bray Wyatt, the guy that the crowd had wanted for so very long to get over, and then repackaged him as this supernatural fiend. And hated it at first, they did, but no, won them over, and they had the greatest thing going. And then they ruined it. And then they kept ruining
Totally
it.
ruined.
And then they
Point where
fired him. And then they
Bray-
fired him. And then
Bray
they brought
now-
him back. And what do they do with him? No, let's reinvent you yet again.
Uh-huh.
We're
guys
not going
like
to let
Mountain
you be
Dew?
the fiend.
Well, no, that's
Not
what
gonna
I'm
let
saying here, T, is Bray thought he could be the one guy to get away with doing his artwork at the big top, but no. Now he understands, like, fuck that. I'm not going to pour a lot of time and effort into the character that you're going to shit on anyways. I'm
No,
just here to do my money work.
I'm
And
at
that's
the
why
point
he's like,
where
I'm here to
I
do
don't
the
think so.
Mountain
Oh, I've got a
Dew
whole take
pitch
on that.
black match. And that, well, no, you see, Bandit, Ty, his rating would have been any match that didn't live up to a 4-star match. He would just ban it. That's money work there.
I don't think this is Bray Wyatt going, fuck it, I'll just do whatever. I think this is genuinely something Bray Wyatt, again, is trying to pour his heart and soul into. But here's the thing. We had what we wanted out of him that we didn't even know we wanted. That's not what this instance is. This new iteration, it's not what the crowd wants. And after this, I think they're finally going to go, okay, like, you're getting way too cute with this shit. And I think we're done here. this is probably going to be the straw that breaks camel's back, and I hope that eventually leads to him going back to the Fiend for one more run there, but I doubt it. So this really didn't hit home for me. It didn't land. I'm giving this 1.5 stars. I did not enjoy this at all, and the post match was fucking ludicrous.
So, Tony, what you're telling me is what we learned back in the 80s. Don't know what she got till it's go. Like, yeah, that's what we had.
All right, we've got a match. I promise we can actually blast through this time if Phil will let us. The Raw Women's Championship. The Raw Women's Championship. Champion Bianca Belair defending against Alexa Bliss. And oh boy, we couldn't let the stink of the last match, go away and just go out.
Oh no, its odor stuck around.
Yeah, it lingered. So they both fought a competitive match. It was back and forth, even though, like I said this before, Bianca's supposed to be a strong, big, powering champion. Alexa's a swarmy heel that is smarter than her opponent and finds an opening and takes advantage of those. But no, unfortunately, like when Bliss is like a quasi face, they have her go toe to toe with people, and that's what they try to do here, and it takes me out of it.
Yeah, because she's a 72-pound cheerleader.
Exactly.
Okay,
and she's great when she's the swarmy heel, and that's not the match they had here. So I don't know. They had an all right match. It was back and forth. They had a couple of good spots. Bliss countered the flashy standing moonsault. She actually landed cleanly on the second try. Match came to an end when Belair blocked Bliss's sister Abigail and used the momentum to plant the challenger with the K.O.D. It was pretty clear where it was going, and when it landed, and that was that. I mean, there was really nothing else to talk about here. And then once Belair kind of shuffles on out the ring, victorious, then the fucking Uncle Howdy package plays, and who do you think's in charge?
Do you feel in charge?
Like
that was,
I
gotta say, that was a great line when Tom Hardy delivered it in The Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, it was really good when he puts his hand on the shoulder. Do you feel in charge? Like, yeah, that was great. Like, that was great when Tom Hardy did it. So yeah, like, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna give this match 2.5 stars, right in the middle. But let me tell you something. This reminds me of something back when The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels.
I bet it does, Phil Chicken. How would you grade this match?
2.7. I give it a 2.75. It was serviceable. It was, yeah. Like, it wasn't bad, like you said, but I don't know.
It felt like a Raw match. Like,
yeah. This didn't feel like it was on a premium event. Like, it just felt like a regular goddamn match. And here's the thing with Alexa.
Well, so did the first 2/3 of the Royal Rumble.
Right. With Alexa Bliss, like, let's just get this over with. Rip the fucking Band-Aid off. Stop teasing this stuff. Like, yes. There's something with this whole like braid bullshit that we're doing where we have to tease it forever. But you tease something so long, you don't care anymore. The luster is going away. And I was like, just like, if you're going to do it, do it. If you're not going to do it, stop. Like, just stop with this crazy, silly stuff. Like,
exactly.
Agreed. Exactly. I can't agree anymore because it's like, I was telling Tony that the other night I was on a panel where there was one guy who was talking really good, but like the things he said was flowery, but it made no sense and didn't go anywhere. And the whole time I was thinking, this reminds me of Bray Wyatt. Like, it's just what you say sounds nice, but it makes no sense and it doesn't go anewhere. And that's kind of where it's like, I'm sorry, like, how often can this guy talk a hell of a game and not back it up? Like, here he beat LA Knight in a thing, but I don't know what we make of that.
So, yeah, piggybacking off of the previous match, like with Bray Wyatt, he's been feuding with himself. And there's no consistency. You don't know where the character's going. Is he going to be Uncle Howdy? Is he going to be the Fiend? Is he going to be just Bray Wyatt? Is he going to be this new iteration of Bray Wyatt? From week to week, you don't know. You don't know what he's supposed to be, and you don't know where they're going. Like, one week, Uncle Howdy is him. Then the next week, it's not, and Uncle Howdy beats him up. And then at the pay-per-view, Uncle Howdy does a flying elbow drop in the dark and explodes on LA Knight. So nobody knows where it's going. But we all know that eventually Alexa Bliss is going to be back on Team Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt Six, and yeah,
head
it either
bleeding
shit or
black
get off the
blood or
pot.
something.
Because this is at the point where I don't want to see Alexa Bliss be this in between. I'm going back to being a bitchy heel. No, actually, I'm going to go back to being Voodoo Puppet. I don't want to see her do Voodoo Puppet again. I don't, but that's where they're going to go. So just fucking do it and get it over with. I mean, enough is enough. So yeah, I'm going to give this 1.75. Just because, like, the match itself, I probably would have given closer to 2.5, but it was a Raw match. Nothing special happened here, and the post match really just kind of drained everything else out of me for it. So yeah, that's where I'm at. It's unfortunate because I love Alexa Bliss, I do, and I think Bianca Belair's really good, but
Yep.
Yeah. It was. It's kind of like, man, Bray was right. LA Knight, you'll never be the same after being in an angle with Bray.
That's true.
Nobody
After
is, and
ruined.
it's still Alexa still can't get it off of her. So yeah, it's. But all right.
At this point in the show, point wise, me and Tony were tied at 5.
Well, see, that's the thing. You say that, but you actually changed your pick mid pay-per-view to Alexa Bliss. I've got it on Messenger.
I said I wish I could.
I don't know if that's what you said, chick. I think you said.
I'm gonna check it. Was it in our RWP chat here? I'll check.
And this would be the first
You
time
said,
you
"Damn
guys
it, I want to change my pick to Alexa." I sent a message, said, "That's fine. I accept your change." It just didn't go through because I was in Chickley. So.
Yeah, well, now we're tied at 5 at this point in the show.
You're not gonna. I mean, honor your change. Wow, that is just rude.
You guys wouldn't honor it any other time either.
I absolutely. I want if I would have been able to open that if we were in real time, I absolutely would have accepted your change. Oh fuck yeah!
I'm not in this, so I just got like my popcorn. I'm like, all right, let's see how this goes.
Like, I knew you were ahead of us. So I'm like, I can't open anything he's sending right now. I just can't. And I saw that after the time. Oh my god! I wish I could have fucking opened that because I would have been all on board for that. Hell yeah! I'm like Canada at the United Nations watching like Albania and Turkey get pissed off at something. Like, oh, okay, that's entertaining. Yeah,
like,
no, we were pretty. Our picks were basically identical, and I kind of expected it to be that way. Especially heading into the women's Rumble match, which I didn't expect to not be the main event if it didn't go on first. But here we are.
Yeah.
And Chicken, you were nail biting up until the last on that one. We'll get to that a little.
We're gonna get there, Phil. We're gonna get there, Phil. Yes, the next one is the women's Royal Rumble match. Now, I'm assuming that Phil doesn't have like 30 years of history to just slam into the middle of this. So I think we're gonna be okay. We'll get through.
That's good because the women haven't had 30 years of Royal Rumble history, so
right,
it should go faster.
Oh, you underestimate me.
I think the Eagles win too. So yeah, just
you underestimate the Chicken.
So Rhea Ripley, number 1,
still holding her stomach like she got really, really hurt. Yeah,
after being speared by Beth Phoenix,
she had a boo boo.
This is what drives me nuts because I'm like, okay, this makes sense now. If Beth Phoenix is going to come out, and now Rhea will get her revenge on the previous attack in the night by eliminating Beth Phoenix, and then they can continue that.
Why would we do something that makes sense, Tony?
Well, don't worry, we didn't, because Beth Phoenix is never seen again, and that injury, it was over by the time she got to the ring. So, yeah, no big deal. No big fucking deal. And who's number 2? Why, fan favorite Liv Morgan, of course, former champion in her own right. Oh, thank God.
Well, that's when Tony knew this was going to be a grappling masterpiece. Like,
I'm sorry, she's not good. She's not.
That's when Tony knew this was going to be a Royal Rumble on level of when Shawn Michaels came in at number 1 and came all the way back to the end. See, I'm fucking good. I can still do it, Chicken. So the question was, who was going to be Shawn Michaels here? Was it going to be Liv?
Let's skip ahead a little bit. Bayley entered at 6.
Was it going to be Ripley?
So Bayley is at 6.
Yes. Number 6 was Bayley. After a very pedestrian effort by the other participants. Women's tag champs Dakota Kai and Sky entered at 9 and 10 respectively, and that gave Damage Control a 3 on everyone else edge in the match. Natalya comes in at 11, first appearance in months, and she was wearing the tribute to her dad. Phil, you pointed that out. That was a nice nod. And that, yeah, well, Natalia's fine. She beelines for Shayna Baszler. And then vindictive Becky Lynch joins in at 15th, and she immediately took out Kai and Sky ringside before stomping a mud hole in Bailey, says CBS Sports. I like that. Tip to Stone Cold, as you should be. But she gets tossed out through the middle rope, avoiding the elimination, and then Damage Control just kind of beats the ever-living shit out of her outside of the ring.
That's when she gets some of that god-awful Bray Wyatt green stuff on her equipment.
Yeah.
Ew, bad angle.
Hopefully she washed that off of her. Yeah. Number 17 got one of the bigger pops of the night. I mean, overall in the night. Asuka shows up, and she
I like her new look.
This is not
evil. Asuka's back.
It's it's kind of an old look when she was a legitimate fucking world beater, and the crowd recognized that, which I really like. So the fact that it was a tip to an old persona, and the fact that she kind of carried herself that way, and not the flamboyant, stereotypical Asuka we've gotten used to, I was all on board.
And she seemed her like my judgments on her in the last few matches we saw of hers. I always thought her timing was off, and it just didn't feel right. So last night she was on fire. Like, yeah, it wasn't perfect, but man, out of everybody else in there, I thought she was giving way more energy and was trying to get that thing going. So
yeah, this was more of a nod to her Japanese style and her look, where before she joined NXT and went on that historic run there with the title. But yeah, you're right. She felt a lot crisper. She felt a lot more comfortable, and I think I'm hoping that that's the direction they're going to allow her to continue going. And this wasn't just a one-off thing. But once she's in, then Lynch makes her way back into the match. Gets rid of Kai and Sky. Kudos to her. Bailey got revenge, though, and eliminates Becky pretty quickly. But Bailey gets promptly tossed out by fucking Liv Morgan, who's still in the match. Of course she is. Chelsea Green at number 20, and she milked this fucking return and her entrance, and she hasn't been in since 2021, so she really just milked this entrance, and she got promptly eliminated.
Well, it's pretty easy when it's 2 fucking miles long.
I was about to say, there's plenty of entrance ramp to milk, okay? Like, Jesus.
She basically gets in, though, and Rhea Ripley fucking dumped her out in a record-setting 5 seconds for a women's Royal Rumble match. Very disappointing. Raquel Rodriguez, to some fanfare, comes in at number 22. She's a bit of a fan favorite. Big cheers from fellow Texans. Powerhouse goes toe-to-toe with Ripley and knocked her to the mat even before taking on the rest of them. So, yeah, she really got kind of a hometown nod there. That was nice for her. Clock struck 0 for the 25th entrant, and Michelle McCool, her music plays. She just happens to be sitting front row with her kids watching the match, so stands up, takes her shirt off, and
happens to have her gear on underneath.
Wrestling gear, huh? Who knew?
Yep.
Jumps gets in the ring.
Undertaker called in a favor.
Yeah, that's like your pro wrestling version of like being heavy Second Amendment. You're always carrying, but if you're a wrestler, you just always got your gear on. You're ready to rock. In case shit goes down, you just got to rip your shirt off and you can go.
Chicken. You guys said I couldn't pull in something from 30 years ago, but true story. Okay. Andy Kaufman, one time, Robin Williams knew Andy Kaufman was really fucking far gone. When one time he went to go say goodbye to him, Andy Kaufman puts him in a headlock, and Robin Williams realizes that Andy Kaufman is wearing his wrestling gear underneath his street clothes. Bam! He's able to pull in 30-year-old wrestling shit right there. Thank you.
So then who was 26?
I don't know. We're just going to skip to the number 30 spot. Oh, my
God. Tony's afraid I can bring out some more old school shit.
Yeah, we're just
That's fair.
We're just going to get there. Oh, my God.
I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked like Amy Schumer made her WWE debut.
That's right. Piper Niven, the former Dewdrop, was in this match. Phil was a little confused because he thought it was Amy Schumer just cleaning house in there. Boy, she really did. I mean, like, Amy Schumer.
Oh, Dewdrop. Shit. Yeah. That's. But no,
I love how they. Yeah, she got her old name back because that was her old name before Dewdrop was whatever the fuck. And like everybody's just supposed to know. Yeah. Like immediately, I was just like, wait, that looks like Dewdrop. I was like, because I never knew her by her prior name at all. I was like, what the fuck? Why are they calling her a different name now? I was like, I was confused. I had to look it up. I was like, oh, okay.
Vince McMahon and Bruce Pritchard just cried a tear of joy.
Yeah, you
like, that's not Piper Niven, that's Dewdrop. What are you talking about?
Hard. Like, you, oh my God. Like, everything you were saying, that's all I was picturing was like Bruce and Vince just ferociously jerking off to what you were saying.
I was going a little.
This is why we changed their names to the most incomprehensible shit imaginable. It's good shit, pal.
God damn it. You know that. Anyway, so number 30. So we were at number 29. Tony was like, ha, 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 the belt is mine. I retain my champion. Tony was riding high. And then
we didn't even get to see the countdown. It showed 5 seconds left, and all of a sudden music starts playing. You're like, what the fuck?
I'm not like most girls, because most girls on the roster can wrestle. I'll injure you and not give a fuck. I'm not like most girls. Like, yeah, and so Nia Jax
comes in and basically like no sells a bunch of shit. As we were
bad.
Used to. She hasn't been there since November of 21.
Chicken Tony threw a pen on the floor on the.
Oh, I bet.
And it's not like, and it's not just that. It's like I don't want to see her even in a special guest appearance. Like, and Phil, you basically made a promise that you would run naked down the streets of Maine with a bell hanging out your ass if not Jax showed up. So I hope we get that.
Well, luckily I wasn't on air when, but no, I made the Jim.
We may have been recording one of the reviews.
I will run down Main Street with my bell in my ass, jingling jingle bells before Nia Jax ever steps into a wrestling ring. And I was wrong about that because I figured there's no way she's ever going to come back. She's happy doing what she's doing.
After this one, this is it. This was it.
That's probably her.
That was it.
And like.
Oh yeah, no,
Chicken.
She does her monster heel shit, and then the women in this match.
Chicken, no, Chicken.
Ass.
You do not fucking take this one with pride. Any fucking title won via Nia Jax is something to be fucking ashamed.
Nia Jax
I have no shame in any of my wins. It's like I am your COVID champion, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is my third Royal Rumble win in a row.
I don't know
about all that.
Either way, thanks to Nia Jax, I am your 10-time.
I know I won 2020, but that's all I can count for.
Yeah.
But also the 10-time
champ. Rumble Chicken. Oh, you should
10.
be proud of that.
10-time.
10-time champ.
Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast.
Now, guys, here's something that you need to realize, though. The next time Tony wins the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast Championship, he is now tied Ric Flair for how many times he's been world champion. I think I'm at lucky 13 or 12. 14, I'm not sure.
So
you're at 14.
2 more to tie.
Yeah.
Well, no,
WWE
15.
recognizes 16, right?
Oh, I thought he was recognized as 15 time because John Cena's 15, 16. And so he won.
No, Cena. I thought Cena tied him with that win over
at 15. Yeah, he tied him at 15.
Happy birthday, Justin.
All right, time to go have some birthday drinks. Happy birthday, Justin. God bless.
Sir.
So
how many times has Ric Flair been champ? And it
now what WCW recognizes WWE
16 to 25.
Oh, I was about to say because WCW he was like the 28. 35, 72 time world champion. Like the number changed a lot, I remember, but we didn't care. It was kind of like Goldberg's streak. Yes, it's hysterically inflated. We don't care.
So back to the women's Rumble match.
Yeah, let's finish that crap show up. So
even got some flair in there.
He'll let us finish this shit. Damn it. Nia Jax comes in, does some no-selling, and they all gang up on her ass and dump her out.
And apparently she can stand up and everybody just goes flying.
Yeah.
I was proud. Like, that was the way I used to sell when multiple people would attack me. Just, yeah.
Oh, and then before she left, she gave a suck it to the entire field.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Suck my fat vagina. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, like that one was a little interesting.
Yeah. So In the end, it comes down to Asuka, fucking Liv Morgan, and Rhea Ripley. So another 2 Iron Women in this one. Had to be Liv Morgan.
So one thing I'll admit through this whole thing, like I hated almost everything about this until it came down to those 3, and I was like, okay, this kind of makes some sense now.
Right.
Like I'm okay with it being those 3 at that point. And I was like, oh yeah, and at that moment I was like, Rhea definitely is winning this. Like, so that's where she went to spray the mist. Rhea moves, hits Liv Morgan with the blue mist now. Yeah, I don't know. And Tony, I think Tony's got some side chats going on, so I'm just extending time.
I'm still here. So yeah.
Like, fuck you, chicken. I'm still here. So yeah. But yeah, so we had Ripley, Liv, and Asuka left as the final 3.
Yep,
the mist,
the final 3.
The blue mist now.
Yeah, they're on the apron fighting, and basically it comes down to Asuka blinds Morgan with the mist. Ripley hits Asuka with kind of a really nice little sweep, and then Morgan is sitting with the mist, still fucked up, and yeah. Then she's dangling. Basically, Rhea's dangling from the ropes after Liv somehow gets the better of her, but she was able to do like a head scissors Karana and flips Liv over for really nice elimination.
I thought it was over for Rhea for a second, but yeah, like I got to give the Women's Rumble credit. Usually the last 2 girls in there, which is usually Rhea and Charlotte. It's usually one of those 2. They can usually
Rhea's come so close so many times, and she finally gets the W in this.
I was just waiting for Charlotte to come out just for the fuck of it, even though she's champion, just because it's Charlotte and that's what she does.
Yeah. Now I'm the one thing. It's Rhea Ripley winning this match does totally mess up that huge marquee matchup that they were going to do at WrestleMania of Finn Balor and Rhea Ripley versus Edge and Beth Phoenix. I mean, that would have been the money
damn it.
there. I mean, like I'm shocked they had to turn that down instead for Rhea Ripley versus Charlotte Flair rematch. I mean, other than the fact that that'll be one of the best matches of the night.
I'm gonna recap quickly what CBS Sports says. Handful of NXT superstars.
Girls. Did somebody say girls? Girls.
As well as Piper Niven, formerly Doudrop. It was a meandering rumble for the most part. The match lacked big name surprises, excluding McCool and Jax entering at 30, which might be the most abysmal return in Rumble history.
Wow. Is that what CBS actually wrote?
Yeah, that's a quote.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That wasn't your editorializing. Read that again.
It was a meandering rumble for the most part. The match
Did Brookhouse write this one? Jesus.
Excluding McCool and Jax entering at 30, might be the most abysmal return in Rumble history. Wow. That's awesome. Wow. Few highlights. Asuka's new look got a massive reaction, and the closing sequence between Asuka, Morgan, and Ripley clicked very well. Middle of the road Rumble. Much the men's preceding it. In both cases, front runner emerged victorious. Rhea Ripley wins, and they give it a B-. So how do you gentlemen want to grade this?
That's B- is very generous. I did not enjoy hardly any of this.
I was gonna say, like, is that one of those
175? Like, I this whole thing was a waste of time for me. There was no storytelling through the whole thing. Like, this whole thing was garbage. It didn't need to happen.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, is that like one of those D minuses that the kid like writes another tinier D on top of it so it looks like a B minus?
Yeah.
Because to me, okay. You want to know what was the highlight of this match? One of the girls came out in slightly different face paint.
Yes.
That was the highlight of the match. So I am going to give this as a match 2 stars. As a Royal Rumble match, I'm going to give this 1.25. I'm
just going to echo that. That sounds
I was going to say,
actually.
Again, guys, raise your glass of whatever you got. Even mine's empty, but fuck it, just raise it. Everybody, whatever you're drinking. Fuck, do we miss Pat Patterson? God almighty. Like,
that we do.
There was a drop in there. Rest in peace, Pat. But boy, we could sure use you. Oh, God almighty. Could you at least have just written a how-to in a notebook and given it to somebody? Fuck.
Oh, no. Elements, but yeah, sadly, they didn't have the same feeling.
Man, so that was a thing that happened, and it was perpetrated on the general public.
That it was. Oops.
Yeah, that it was. Yes, give me the full screen,
No.
because that was just
No.
It's like, what are we
perpetrated
doing?
upon us. Like I was
All
gonna
right,
say,
main
a
event.
beautiful
Main
face
event
would
before
never-
Phil goes nuts. Main event. Here we go.
You know, it reminds me
Undisputed-
of other past Royal Rumble main events, like Cena versus AJ Styles. Many other times,
The
or like
undisputed WWE Universal Championship champion Roman Reigns defending against Kevin Owens in the main event championship match. They mirrored each other doing the introduction, sitting on top of the corners. That's kind of a nice little nod there. I like that.
the
Owens
slap
takes an early
fights.
lead after the field
Dumbest
out
thing
here,
I've ever
and
seen.
He hits
I'm sorry.
hits that
Just
running
stand there and let
senton
people hit
corner
you back and
bomb.
forth.
Big offense right out of the
God
gate.
Almighty.
Then he turns his attention to Zayn and Heyman, which was kind of cute. Give him the crotch chop because it makes sense when he does it, not when Jax does it.
Right.
Champ and challenger exchange, momentum inside and outside of the ring. Zayn's alliance with Reigns and a strange friendship with Owens plays a role. No shit, we expected that. Zayn is seen celebrating a near fall for Reigns and then lamenting over a near fall for Owens. The commentators debated if his enthusiasm was for Reigns' near victory or Owens' survival and vice versa. So they did do a nice job of this, of playing into the kind of the struggle within that is Sami Zayn's loyalty.
Struggle within.
Owens continues to benefit from the indomitable spirit, kicking out of both a Superman punch and a spear from the undisputed champion. Owens marks Reigns for a stunner, but Reigns shoves Owens into the referee. And this is where we're like, okay, now this is where the real story is going to begin.
Yeah.
And the referee did have to lay out for quite a while to get a lot of this in, but it worked here for the most part. So he follows up with a pop-up power bomb, and it would have been a guaranteed victory, 3 count, but obviously the ref's incapacitated. Reigns floors Owens with a low blow, urges Zayn to grab a chair, and this is where Sami's like, but you told me not to interfere. He's like, I'm telling you now, get a chair. So he goes and gets a chair, tries to find one. Heyman's like, no, look at the ring.
It was pretty hard to find a chair for some reason. At any wrestling event ever.
I know.
Somebody's like, grab a chair, and you got one within 3 seconds. But Sami Zayn could not find a fucking chair to save his life.
Yeah. So the delay, I think the delay was intentional because it gave Owens a chance to recover. Hits a big stunner, looked great, comes within an inch of becoming the champion, but Reigns bounces back with another spear, sends Owens to the outside. Owens crawls over to his former friend Zayn, pleading with Owens to stay down, take the loss. Reigns interrupts the moment, spears Owens through the barricade. Good. Yeah, we've seen the spot a million times, but it looked cool. Champion continues to brutalize the challenger, slamming Owens into the steel steps. This looked awful because he's doing it to the back of his head on the sharp side.
I was watching that and I'm like, I don't know. That's not the first time he's done that, but man, it's like, I don't know how he does it without like.
No, he does, because Kevin Owens just fucking throws the back of his head into the steps like a madman.
Yeah, it's like fucking looks bad.
Oh God, I was about to say, like, that's like you do an injury angle on that.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
This is more of a Roman Reigns setting a message to Sami Zayn because he's staring at Zayn the whole time he's doing it. So
yeah,
it was a great visual. Like everybody involved, like they were in the spots, they were doing everything they needed to be doing to accentuate the story. I loved this. So then he launches Owens one more spear, scores a pinfall, glaring at Zayn. 1, 2, 3. Roman Reigns is still your champ. Now, we expected this. We knew this would happen. So that's not the story. The story is the post-match. Jey Uso attempts to give Sami Zayn the tribal chief leg. They're all wear, right? And Reigns stops him. Hang on now. And he tells the Usos, get him. And they beat the ever-living piss out of Kevin Owens. Reigns smiling big, drapes his arm around Sami Zayn, like, look at this, watch this, this is great, watch us kick the ever-living shit. And Sami is just disheveled, he's nervous, he's concerned, he can't get comfortable. And
it's really good acting too. Like
it was amazing.
Yeah,
it was fantastic. And then he has Sikoa hit fucking Kevin Owens. I mean, they're just destroying Kevin Owens. Then they get the handcuffs out and they handcuff fucking Kevin Owens to the ropes in kind of a crucifixion appearance. And
Yeah, the passion of the Owens.
Passion of the Owens, yes. And they just super kick him over and over and over and over. Suck it, Young Bucks. And then
Suck it, Young Bucks.
And then Roman Reigns grabs a chair and he's gonna blast Owens in the face and finish the job. But Sami Zayn walks in front and stands. Zayn insists that enough is enough. Furthering the damage is unnecessary because it's beneath Roman Reigns. Reigns hands the chair to Zayn and says, "No, you should do it." Zayn goes, "No, I can't. Pisses off Reigns and he shoves Sami. Sami gets mad, but he can't do anything about it. Still holding the chair, and they keep teasing. Is he going to hit him? Is he going to hit Owens? Is he really going to go through with it, or is he going to blast Roman? And much like Seth Rollins many years ago,
well, and before that, like as Roman's like getting into his face, I thought it was like Sami was so perfect in this moment.
Oh yeah,
because he would like square up and then he would cower like a puppy. Like immediately, like he was like, I'm gonna hit him back. No, and like he would cower back down. Like just the facial expressions and how they did that in just the few seconds, and then you have Roman shoving him, going, "Do you want to go back to doing jackass shit?" Like,
yes, that was great.
Yeah, like I was like, wow,
that was a great
like
line.
this shit is getting deep in there. And of course, Phil mentioned Kevin Owens wearing that shirt earlier in the night, so there's a couple of callbacks to that. But then, as you're about to talk about, there's some more callbacks that are about to happen.
Yeah, so it was a perfect visual.
That little
Sami
fettuccine is a
mirror
very
image of
good
when
question.
Roman took the
How we
shot
doing, little
at Seth
fettuccine? God
Rollins.
bless.
And the crowd reaction couldn't have
Kind of
been
hype for
more
Bobby
opposite.
versus Brock.
Because when Roman got attacked in the
Not gonna lie, I kind of wanted Bobby versus Gunther, or not Bobby. God, Bobby versus Gunther would be great. But I wanted Brock versus Gunther at Mania more than anything else. But Bobby Brock 3, the final match of the trilogy.
back with a chair by Seth Rollins.
I'm interested.
The crowd was
I'm
stunned.
interested.
It was disappointed. It was disheveled. This pop when Sami blasts Roman in the back with the chair, that place went ballistic. They had 50,000 plus strong there, and that reaction, the payoff to this angle, and it's not over by any means, but the payoff to this moment of the angle, absolutely phenomenal. The crowd felt it. They were invested through everything that's happened. It's the best thing that they've done in a long time. It's the most consistent thing that they've been doing very recently. This is so good. The acting, like you said, was so good on Sami's part, and the delivery on everybody's part was so good. The place blew for it. It didn't, and the best part, Roman sold it perfect because he went down, but he wasn't out by any means. Like, it hurt him, but it didn't put him down all the way.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say that's why they saved that for last, because they knew that was going to be the biggest pop all night, and nobody was going to top it.
And it was 100%. Sami kind of just drops the chair and apologizes at this point, says, "I'm sorry." And that's when
he's looking at Jay specifically, because Jay's yelling at him, "What'd you do that for? What'd you do that for?" And he's like, "I'm sorry, sorry." And then Jimmy kicks him right in the face.
Yeah, so this was great because Jimmy super kicks Zayn. Sikoa gives him the spike, and Jay, conflicted, walks away, just kind of almost in tears, really.
Oh, beautiful family drama.
So
yes, beautiful family drama. But little fettuccine, will Cena have a match at Mania? Depends on how many zeros they're willing to put on his check. I think Triple H on his first Mania in charge is going to try and do all he can to make a dramatic show based on the talent that he has there. I think this is going to be a Mania where he's not going to try to rely on past names quite as hard. I think he's going to be relying on people that are going to be there at the Raw the next day, and they're going to be there at the SmackDown the next day, and then they're going to be there at the Raw the next week. Not to say if Stone Cold or The Rock want a match there, he's going to say, no, get out of here. But I think that's the direction Triple H is probably going to go, because he wants to build off of his own homegrown talent, not people that he used to work with in the 90s. So I think that's actually pretty fair. Like, I'll never forget Paul Heyman one time, he cut a promo. It was like for a 2K, one of the 2K video games. But he said, if every single professional walked out today, if the entirety of the WWE roster walked out today, and they were left with just the folks that were wrestling in NXT, I know that on WrestleMania weekend, they could call all those people up from NXT, have them perform on WrestleMania, and they would be able to make an unbelievably compelling product. Might not be the one you originally thought you were going to get when you bought your ticket, but it would be an unbelievably compelling product. And so that's where I think don't get me wrong, if Cena wants a match, they'll definitely give it to him. And the original idea was Logan Paul, but now I think it's going to be Paul versus Rollins, and I had no idea how much I wanted to see that until right now. Fettuccine, Cena needs a match at Mania to sell WWE 2K23. I could see it. I could see him throwing the money at him. In that case, and yeah, maybe him versus Logan Paul, just because it's a Hollywood thing. And that would be great for Cena's career. That would be actually the one person Cena could work with that would actually give him a bit of rub. So you might be onto something there, little Fettuccine. You just might be onto something there.
Reigns accused Zayn of breaking up the family and just laid into him with about a dozen chair shots, and a lot of them were stiff as fuck. And at this point, that's when the crowd legitimately got a great, loud, crystal clear "fuck you, Roman" chant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And Roman Reigns takes the lay, bit by bit, piece by piece, flower by flower, just peeling it off, dropping it on the incapacitated body of Sami's. It was beautiful. And that "fuck you, Roman" chant was so perfect in the moment. It was so loud
real.
and so clear. It was real. Yes.
When Jay drops and rolls out of the ring, refusing to be a part of it, the crowd again, a different kind of pop, but the crowd was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah,
that was perfect.
It was brilliant. It was so good.
I couldn't help it because I could just imagine my older brother making this joke, watching all this, and I was thinking back to the South Park episode about backyard wrestling, and where the rednecks go, "Sir, there's a little girl out there that's addicted to abortions." like we were just so deep into this, like, oh man. And like I knew I'd been caught hook, line, and sinker, and I was loving every minute of it. And it was, yeah, like I never thought I'd see the day where Sami Zayn, El Generico, would be one of the most over guys in wrestling right now. And yet, like that hitting the back of the chair, dare I say, Tony, probably like it was 50,000 strong. When we were in Houston, it was 60,000 strong. Probably almost rivaled Brock going over the top rope in 2020, but probably not quite, but probably pretty close. So that was why they knew it's like, okay, despite the fact how tired they are, everybody wants to see this. And it was beautifully done. It's one of the better long form storytelling. It's not the best in WWE history, but it's definitely the best that their current creative is capable.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're allowed to do it the way that they're doing it without a lot of meandering from creative and pushback from other people in charge. Like the fact that they're allowed to do it the way they want to do it and do it as well as they are. Like this is there's a reason that this is the best thing. And if you would let your talent do that more often than not with less interaction with it and just letting them do their thing, but just, reeling it in a bit, your overall product would improve. Because if wrestling was like this across the board from top to bottom of the show, people would come in droves. That's what gets people hooked, is the emotional invested interest. And that's what people have had in this. And seeing that moment, you knew it was probably coming, but it didn't matter that you knew it was coming. It's being there when it happened. And
now the true test is going to be, what do they do with Act 3 of Sami Zayn? Like we have to finish this the right way.
Well, let's rate this match and then let's speculate, because there's a few ways they could go with this. So I'm going to say flat out, I loved this match, and the post angle was fucking great. I'm going to give it 4.5. I don't give a shit. This was amazing.
I'm going to go. Yeah, like the match was pretty good. God, I don't know how to disagree too. I'm gonna go 4-2-5. Because it obviously it was the show stealer, and it's
Yeah.
the best thing we've seen out of WWE
Nothing else came close.
in a
Not even
while.
remotely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As Socrates said, his first commandment is to thine own self be true. And so I am going to say the post angle was incredible. It was amazing. It was
Mhm.
wonderful, wonderful stuff. The Kevin Owens Roman Reigns match was typical of every other Kevin Owens Roman Reigns match. It was the Kevin Owens Roman Reigns by the numbers match. Nothing stood out in the match other than Sammy related stuff. So I'm going to split it up here. The match was 3.5 stars. Okay. The match was 3.5 stars. The overall arc and story arc is 4.75. All of it together is 4.75, but the match in and of itself, 3.5 star match. But the Sami Zayn arc and where this leads, 4.75.
Okay. So yeah, this is going to be still one of the bigger storylines heading into Mania. We do have a stop before Mania with Elimination Chamber on February 18th, and that is in Montreal. You know who else is from Canada?
Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn are both hometown boys.
That? Yeah, that's weird. So
Now,
Elimination
wait.
Chamber
In
Montreal.
March, there's not going to be greatest WrestleMania Rumble in Saudi Arabia?
Stop it, Phil. So
they haven't
two
bought
guys
it yet.
from Canada, a pay-per-view in Canada,
Oh,
and a match on that pay-per-view that actually has world or undisputed championship #1 contendership implications. Sami Zayn's going to be in the Elimination Chamber because he wasn't in the Rumble. Because, like you're saying, you can't cross those paths, you can't cross the streams of Cody and Sammy. But how do you get Sammy and Cody both a match with Roman Reigns at WrestleMania?
I don't think they do that anymore. I don't think
Cody won the Rumble. Sammy's going to win the Elimination Chamber and face Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. That's what they're gearing towards here. At least that's what you could glean from this, from the way they're setting this up. The promotional picture shows Sami Zayn in one of the pods, like he's trapped, like
Yeah,
It's
especially if you know you're not getting the Rock for WrestleMania, you have to go this way.
if they did,
it's not going to be Kevin Owens again. You know that.
No,
but they'll probably both be in the match.
If it's a night 1, night 2, Roman wrestles both nights, then yeah, Sammy would be a night 1, Cody would be a night 2, and Roman wins both.
If he doesn't win both, though, if they split up the belts this way.
Oh, yeah, they're going to make Sami Zayn world champion.
I think, honestly, if
they're not going to look at him as the face of the company.
Yeah, Sami Zayn doesn't look at himself as the face of the company. He would take a run. He would gladly take a run, but how would you do it, though? Because if they do intend to split it up, and depending on which way they would want to go, because right now the crowd would rather see Sami Zayn win that title. Granted, the run would not be nearly as good as Cody's, but I think they want to see that win more. And we're talking about WrestleMania here. So say Sami Zayn is going to win. How do you put Cody on night 1 to have him lose, to have Sammy win on night 2? Like, I think they'd see that coming a little too much. And I don't think you can have Roman lose night 1 and then win night 2. You just can't. And we still don't know for sure if this is what they're going to do, because even though The Rock is probably out, and that's pretty much a guarantee at this point, there's still the chance now that big money match with Stone Cold Steve Austin could happen for Roman Reigns instead, which it's not the same story.
You also got to think about the angle with Jay and Jimmy and what's this going to do to the running tag team. And in Montreal, I could really see where they tried to do like Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn take the belts off of the Usos. And take that as a route as well. So, I mean, and you can still do all your WrestleMania stuff. Like, yeah, that takes him out of the Elimination Chamber. But you can still eventually have something go down to where Sami Zayn's in there with him. It doesn't matter whatever we do with the Elimination Chamber. Like, history shows they're just going to do whatever the fuck they want to do anyway. So,
yeah, I'm saying like Elimination Chamber, Sammy doesn't even need to win that match. Like Chicken says, the tag team match with Kevin Owens
that would
and
get you the
Sammy
hometown
versus
pop,
the
yeah.
Usos is significant.
If Sammy's in it, he's going to win it. Like, I just don't see any reason to put him in there if you're not going to have him win it, depending on who the other participants are.
You know how WWE loves to have people job in their hometowns, too.
Oh, I know. But the way that...
One of the reasons Sasha Banks quit.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sami Zayn's way more over than her, than she ever was. Right now, Sammy's way more over than she was ever. Sorry.
No, not if you ask her. Mercedes is like the
ask
greatest thing ever.
Mercedes, she'd tell you different. She's still more over. But no, I think he's going to be in the match. I think he and Kevin Owens will both be in the match. And obviously, Kevin Owens is not going to Mania to face Roman again.
No.
It's got to be Sammy.
That's over.
That way.
You got to end that.
Tag team. Like, he's tagging with Sammy, and it's the matter of the Usos falling out that gives the
I
KO
do
Sammy.
not see Sammy and Kevin versus the Usos at WrestleMania.
Not at WrestleMania.
Why not?
No,
that's not a good story.
That's not going to happen.
It ties
What
into
a
the current
waste.
story we're in. Perfectly.
I think you do that at Elimination Chamber. Like that's
well, Sammy's going to be in the chamber, so
yeah, if Sammy's
that's
in the
not
chamber,
happening. So guess what? So, Chicken, sorry, whether you like it or not, I just gave you a spoiler for WrestleMania match.
That's a terrible WrestleMania lineup.
Oh my god.
Oh,
no, it's one of the biggest matches in our storyline right now.
It would be
the falling out of the Usos and Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn reuniting. Yeah, that would be just something that every single person in the audience, yourself accepted, would want to see. Sorry, Chicken.
Yeah, but I don't want to wait till WrestleMania to see that. Like, that story, you can't drag that out that long.
Oh, you underestimate.
It's not Bray Wyatt. We can't drag it out that long. Okay?
Drag it out forever.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think you can do the Usos versus Sammy and Kevin at WrestleMania just because it's going to feel like
I think they're going to.
It's going to be a massive step back.
It feels like like Tony said, it's a step back from what we just witnessed.
Yeah.
Like
the whole story
that
is
can't be
can
the crescendo.
Uso brothers stay together? And they're the tag team champions, and they just fell apart.
What the fuck?
So like that is a story. That is the story of the match is twin brothers that are falling apart at the seams over this beatdown of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn.
I like the story. I like the idea. I like the idea of the match because I think it'll be great. But I don't.
But for some reason, you don't want it at WrestleMania because you've got some.
I think
I was about to say. I mean, I remember when a buddy of mine made me watch some Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid. They seemed to drag out this Frieza thing for like 7 seasons. They can drag this out till Mania. That's just in 60 some odd days. That's like 8 minutes in storyline time. When there is no bigger match for the 4 of them. Period. There is no bigger match for the 4 of them because Sammy is not challenging for the title. Period. Not going to happen.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Sammy ain't challenging for the titles. Not going to happen. He's not challenging for either one of Roman's belts. Will not happen.
Okay.
Oh, anyway, I was just alluding to the fact that we need to pay attention to what happens with Jay in the coming weeks because I think that'll help us understand what's going to happen in all future events. So
yes, but so folks, we will see when Phil K.O.E is ultimately vindicated on this and proven right once again when we have this tag match because Sammy's not challenging. I'm sorry, we've already got a challenger in Cody Rhodes. And it does, like Chicken said, it doesn't really matter what they do at Elimination Chamber.
We're just hitching this the idea that Roman's never going to lose the belt ever.
Well, not ever, but he's going to surpass and become Roman Sammartino.
Yeah, okay.
And so, yes, the Roman Sammartino run continues on.
Man, this is going to be a rough fucking ending when that doesn't happen, isn't it?
Nope, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, it's just like when Fedor got caught in that triangle choke from Fabricio. I was like, oh, why? But, folks, gentlemen.
Yes,
sir.
As I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our review of the Royal Rumble. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast hour. You can find all of us right here at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, not just on YouTube, but also on Spotify. You can find Chicken at Big Bucket Empire, YouTube and Facebook. You can find Tony the Rod 2.0 on Twitch. You can find me, Phil K.O.E. at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And gentlemen, we have begun. We have started. We are now in the journey on the road to WrestleMania. Yes, folks.
That was
We're on
perfectly
the
insane.
road to
Oh, yeah.
WrestleMania, and I'm sure all three of our internets were in perfect sync, as well as we were all in perfect harmony. So, folks, thank all of you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. Raise a glass to yourselves for being here. God bless all of you. Rest in peace, Pat Patterson, but boy, do we miss you. This is Royal Rumble 2023. Tony Chicken, take it away.
Appreciate you tuning in, folks. Your 10-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. I am your Big Bucking Emperor. Chicken,
Tony's
find me
sore
over,
about
like Phil
that.
said, on Facebook and YouTube, Big Bucking Empire.
And I am the former champ, about to be a 15-time champ at the next show. I'm positive of it. Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube, on Facebook at Big Bucking Empire, and at Twitch at RevResPod. And you're going to want to do that because we do have another event coming up pretty shortly, February 18th, Elimination Chamber, coming from Montreal. And then after that, we've got AEW Revolution on March 5th. And then April 1st and 2nd, WrestleMania 39, folks. So it's only
April
the first
Fool's
event.
Day. Nice.
Yeah. First event, which bodes well for Cody Rhodes. Just saying. Yeah, first show of 2023, and we got a lot more to come. So again, make sure you are liked, shared, and subscribed, and we will catch you on the next one, folks. It's gonna be good. Cannot wait. Join us back here for the predictions, the previews, the reactions, the reviews, the star ratings, all of that here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we will see you at the next one.
And see if it just smooths itself out.
Back, tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. All right, folks. So yes, that was Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, where you can find them on YouTube and Spotify. And that was where me and Tony got our start in doing any kind of reviews of any kind, really. It was, we just started off Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And that was actually the Royal Rumble 2023 is my 5-year anniversary of podcasting. So that's how long I've been podcasting for, I believe. So yeah, it's 2018 started. So yeah, folks, the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, it's a great time. But then I decided you folks need more. There's not just that. You need more. You need K.O.E. content. Now, I'm going to show you some content that's from me, Tony, and Chicken. It's some 5 Whiskeys You Need video, and also me, Tony, and Chicken's infinity bottles. Because Tony's got an infinity bottle of Irish whiskey, Chicken's got an infinity bottle of bourbon, and I've got an infinity bottle of the Dalmore single malt Scotch whiskey. So it's technically still a single malt. And so that's actually going to be really something. But without further ado, folks, let's get right into the 5 Bourbons You Need by Phil K.O.E. one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., here to give you the 5 bottles of whiskey that you need roundup. This has been something that's been going around on the internet.
As you can see, I've gotten a better camera since then.
It's just taken off like
Kind
brush
of
fire.
Boy,
And
I needed a
that
haircut.
brush fire has made its way here to the K.O.E. Nation.
Look
So
at
in
that
an
presidential
attempt to put it
fold
out,
of the pocket
I will
square. So
give you,
beautiful.
the K.O.E. Nation, my adoring fans, the 5 bourbons that you need. Now, I was not the person that started this. I'm sorry. To me, it's like 5 bourbons. What backwards heathens? But if we have to limit ourselves to 5, this is how I would do it, folks. So let's get started with this bourbon roundup of the 5 bourbons that you need. And the categories are the daily drinker, the impress your guests, the cheap mixer, or for guests that just wouldn't really appreciate good whiskey anyway, so this is what you pour them, the Friday night specialty pour, and then something that you save back for very special occasions. So without further ado, let's start off with the cheap mixer. Now, to me, this is not one that's cheap, but it is, well, I won't call it cheap. It's inexpensive relatively, but it is an excellent mixer. It just goes well in any cocktail, and that is Woodford Reserve. Just standard, good old Woodford Reserve. Excellent, excellent mixing whiskey. It's an excellent cocktail. I haven't found a cocktail that it doesn't work in yet. I haven't gone so far as to mix it with like multiple fruit juices and such, but any standard whiskey cocktail, you really can't go wrong with Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 45.2 rather, alcohol by volume. And I got this $3.75 for, gosh, I think around $17. So not bad for an excellent, excellent whiskey. But moving on from the mixer, it's what I would consider the peak daily drinker for bourbon. It's a fairly new release, but it's one that me and my family has endorsed thoroughly. And it's one that isn't going to break the bank, but you're going to feel like you're drinking high class here. And that is Maker's Mark 101. You can get this for around $35 a bottle. And it's just a great, I've had a rough Thursday and I need me a dram. Now, as you can see, this bottle is still sealed. It's because we've gone through quite a few bottles of this with the family of Extreme as of late. So this one is thoroughly endorsed by my brothers, my father, just very highly regarded bourbon. Maker's Mark 101, cannot recommend that enough. In fact, I would say that this is one of your better compromise bourbons. You don't have to break the bank, but you do have something very special there to definitely check out. Now we move on to my Friday pour, one that I really enjoy and one that is, as of right now, the bourbon of Extreme. Colonel E.H. Taylor. Amazing. And as you can see, I have been thoroughly enjoying this, but worry not. I have another bottle in stow just in case I don't have enough to get through the bourbon tournament, which keep your eyes on this space for that, folks. But yes, Colonel E.H. Taylor is when I have had a rough week and it's Friday and I just need a good dram. This is what I'm going to turn to. 100 proof, excellent stuff. If you can find it. If you can find it. That's the big problem with Colonel and anything from Buffalo Trace, really. But there's a reason that it's sought after, because it's good. And unfortunately, get used to hearing that for the rest of this video. So now we move on to when guests are over and you want to impress those guests. And these are guests that you know will actually appreciate the whiskey you're pouring. So you're not just pouring them something, cheaper. But when I want to really impress the guests, of course, the big horse comes out. Blanton's. It's one that whenever you want to impress, you pull that out. Even people who aren't all that familiar with bourbon whiskey will at least be interested, like, oh, wow, look at the bottle. And yeah, they'll want to see the cork and That's what I like about this particular barrel. They're single barrel, so they can be a touch. There's a bit variant. This one was barrel 450 from free 10/2020 was when it was dumped. And this one is just caramel in a glass, caramel in a glass for our viewers across the pond. But yeah, excellent stuff. And this is the bourbon for when I want to impress my guests. And then one that I saved back for a special occasion. Well, before I get to that, for the impress your guest whiskeys, this one, I picked this one up for $61 retail. I don't know what it's going for on the secondary market because I just happen to be lucky enough that there's a store that occasionally gets Blanton's. And so I stocked up. So I got 3 bottles and I don't, I'm not going to go crazy in the secondary market. So, and yes, don't worry, folks. I do actually leave a few bottles when I buy some. So, but yes, excellent stuff. This was the kind of start of the single barrel craze. And what got me into this was not the single barrel or the bourbon craze, just my mother and I were going through some of my grandmother's stuff, and we found a couple of little sample bottles, the 50 milliliter sample bottles of Blanton's. And apparently, from what we gathered from some secondhand accounts, she rather enjoyed this stuff. So I had to find it after that. And it's good stuff. My grandmother also, she loved all of these because the only thing she would ever order to drink was a bourbon press. 3rd bourbon, 3rd water, 3rd 7-Up on ice. She was raised throughout World War II, so if you wanted to party and drink during World War II, you drank bourbon or you probably didn't drink a whole lot. Wasn't a lot. There wasn't as common of beer distribution as there is now, and bourbon could hold for a long time. And it's not like there was a lot of Scotch whiskey coming across the Atlantic during the Second World War. So that all tracks. Now, last but certainly not least, special occasions. This is one that I have pulled out for just special occasions. And for those special occasions, it can be none other than Weller's Antique 107. Excellent, excellent bourbon. It actually lives up to its secondary reputation. The other Wellers, I'm not sure of. But this one definitely lives up to its reputation. And for very special occasions, somber occasions, happy occasions, this is one that I turn to. So I must say, I'll probably, if this is still around, I'll probably polish this bottle off Christmas of this year, just because that's the kind of special occasion bottle that I see this as. So, folks, these are, if you could only have 5 bourbons. I know, my goodness. These are the 5 that I would recommend, folks. I know it's a little Buffalo Trace heavy. I get it, but good is good, folks. I mean, we can't dispute or deny these bottles sell like they do for a reason. But I'm also trying to throw some attention over here to Maker's Mark 101, truly an ascendant whiskey that's being overlooked. And yes, it's comparable with any whiskey that's here on the table. So I would implore you to take a look at this. And just the best cocktail whiskey you could ever hope for. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, this has been my picks for the 5 bourbons you need. Keep your eyes on this space, folks. Plenty more to come. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here so you can keep up with all your K.O.E. content. And thanks for joining me. See you around, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another.
I think I did both of these in one
Unique
afternoon.
Video.
It was just,
It started off as a pretty
I
big
just
trend,
wanted
and
to
it's
do it for
made
some
its way
reason.
here to the K.O.E. Nation because, folks, you really need my analysis more than pretty much anybody on the internet. That's why you come here. So if you're at all a subscriber or a fan of the K.O.E Nation, which you should be already, like, share, subscribe. Come on, folks. What are you doing? You would already know and be well aware of the 5 bourbons that I have picked out. That should be the 5 bourbons that are just apropos for each of their selective occasions. But I thought, why is Scotch not getting the same love? Why is nobody giving Scotch that same attention? So I thought, well, given that I'm the King of Extreme and the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, I figured I could do all of you out there, all of you denizens of the web, a huge favor by breaking down the 5 scotches that you need. If you could only have 5, I know, but if you could only have 5, these would be it. And the categories are your daily drinker, the impress your guest scotch, the cheap mixer scotch, your Friday night drinker, and your special occasion bottle. So let's start off with one that we should all be able to guess. When it comes to the cheap mixers for Scotch whiskey, there is one Scotch to rule them all. There is one cheap mixer that you cannot deny, and that is Johnny Walker Red Label. It is the cheap mixer. It goes well with cola, goes well with tonic water, goes well with club soda. It just works. It's a good cheap mixer scotch, and you can get these in giant 175s. It will do the job. It is 40% alcohol by volume, and I would recommend. I like Johnny Walker. I just pretty much like anything above the double black. Anything above that, I'm down. But if you're talking about your cheap mixers, does anybody in the audience have one that is more apropos for this purpose than this whiskey? So moving right along to the daily drinker, the one that you just had a rough Wednesday and you just need a dram before bed. The one that I would select is, it's going to be all single malt from here, folks, just in case you're wondering. Cardew 12 Year, an excellent single malt Scotch whiskey. Also, Cardew is the base blend for Johnny Walker, but its single malt is an excellent, silky, smooth, just excellent Scotch whiskey. It's going to be about $50 for a bottle, but I think in terms of just, I need a dram, this is the stuff to go to. I cannot complain. Tony G, also a huge fan of Cardew. Pretty much anybody that I've pulled this one out who likes Scotch whiskey, they're going to enjoy it. Now, moving right along to the impress your guests. When the guests are over to my house and I want to impress, there's one that I'm generally going to reach for. You knew you were going to see the staghorns eventually here. The Dalmore 18-year-old. This one will impress your guests, folks. And if you're a Dalmore lover or a Dalmore hater, even if you are one of those, I don't even know why, I don't know what could cause such barbarians to promulgate in our society, but people who don't like Dalmore, this one you are still going to enjoy. 18 years old, spends 14 years in a bourbon cask, and then an extra 4 years, or anywhere from 4 to 19 years, or in 19, anywhere to 4 to 6 years in a Methuselah sherry cask. Excellent stuff. It's, I cannot complain. So when I want to impress the guests, and I know that they actually appreciate Scotch whiskey, this is what I'm going to pour. If I know they don't really appreciate Scotch whiskey and they're just wanting to drink something that they're going to mix with cola, there. But right here, if I'm wanting to impress, this is the one I go for. Now, for me personally, for my Friday night pour, we're moving on to that, I reach for something slightly different. Not entirely, but slightly.
I think this is the video where I
Dalmore
learned how to
Dominion.
edit in music.
What sets Dominion apart is that it's first fill on sherry, which is what their Regalis and Luceo releases all had as they were first fill of Methuselah, Amoroso, and Apostoli sherries, which does really set them apart. And this one, my goodness, chocolatey sherry is just what you smell when you just open the bottles. Chocolate and sherry and a slight bit of orange, not nearly as much as what you normally get from Dalmore, but a lot of chocolate and a lot of sherry. And so this is, I can understand this isn't going to be for everybody, but for me, this is my personal favorite of the now discontinued travel exclusive series. So this is my personal, but that's just my go-to for Friday night dram pours. So now we move on to the special occasion bottle for Scotch whiskey. Now this is one I have opened, but I haven't gotten too deep into it because it's only for special occasions. And that would be none other than Glenfiddich 21-year-old Caribbean Rum Cask Reserve. Excellent stuff. It's basically candy in a glass. I'm just going to get a nose here. Wow, that's a lot. Like, you don't notice the ethanol nearly as much in this one. Now, this one is at 40% alcohol by volume. This one's 43, so you get a little bit more, but mouth-watering just smelling it. It is just so sweet and smooth, and that it's an old whiskey, but it doesn't drink harshly like one. Like, it has that rum really rounds it out. So it's one that I only go for very special occasions. As you can see, I've just barely got it past the shoulder, but that is one that I cannot recommend enough. If you are going to enjoy a Scotch whiskey for a special occasion with special friends, special family, special moments, this is one that I'd recommend. Now, honestly, my brother and I have gone through a bottle of Dalmore 18 it took us about 2 months, but we emptied it off. Many a good conversations, many good times. So that's what I could, when it comes to whether you're impressing your guests, special occasion, it can all kind of meld together. But this is my go-to, that if I could only have one Scotch whiskey for each of these different occasions, these would be my choices. Now, I know it's a very big shocker to you that Dalmore showed up more than once. In fact, I thought about, just to troll Tony, doing this video, but with just Dalmore. Like, all 5 of them were Dalmore, except there is none that I could disgrace with being a cheap mixer. I mean, like, even Dalmore 12, you really shouldn't mix. It's that amazing. So I thought, let's be fair. Let's let a few other folks get in on this. Now, folks, as you can tell from this particular offering, I'm more of a fan of the sweetened, not all that into the peated. We'll get into that another time, folks. Maybe a peated offering one of these days. But keep your eyes on this space right here, because we have plenty more content, maybe even another 5 whiskeys video coming. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this very special 5 whiskeys video. I am your King of Extreme, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing it off. All of you beautiful people, raise a glass to yourself. Thanks for joining me, folks.
Now, this next video I made was purely to troll Tony G, because he says I'm a little bit of a mark for Dalmore. I like it, Dalmore maybe a bit too much. So I made this next video to just kind of fuck with him. And I still love it to this day. And it's actually a fairly highly rated video of mine.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very special 5 Scotches You Need Part 2. So this got started.
Boy, howdy, can you tell me can you tell I got a better camera?
A certain bourbon master himself won ADHD whiskey, and it spread like a brush fire. He came up with 5 more categories you need for 5 whiskeys that you need. And I thought, why should bourbon get all the fun?
And this is also a little preview to the part 2 of the Bourbon 5 Whiskeys You Need once the Bourbon Tournament concludes, folks. So eyes on this space. But without further ado, we move on to the 5 Scotches You Need. Now you're going to notice that this is a little particular to one region. Glass is clean, excellent. So we're going to get started. The categories are the entry buzz. What you would drink is your first drink of the night. Then you move on to your current favorite. This can change, but it's the one that you like currently. Then you get into the hipster bottle, the one that you were hip wise to before anybody else really knew about it, and maybe folks aren't quite wise to it yet. Then you've got the jealousy bottle, the one that when your friends come over, you're like, ha, 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 check this out. Then, last but not least, your long pour, the one that you can pour at a distance. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. So, the entry buzz, if I'm going to be drinking scotch that night, what would be a good entry scotch for the evening? And for me, it can be none other than the Dalmore 15. You knew this was going to show up eventually. Come on now. The Staghorns are a must. Dalmore 15 is an excellent first scotch to begin your evening with. And, you know, since I am a titled Lord of the Scottish Highlands, I figured, well, hell, I just as well, start the evening off with a Highland scotch. Now, moving on to my current favorite. It's the one that I really like right now more than any other Scotch whiskey, and that would be, you're going to notice these are all single malts, by the way, just to let you know, so maybe I'll throw that in the title. My current favorite is the Dalmore Dominion. Yes, excellent. It's the now discontinued travel exclusive from First Fill 30-year-old Methuselah Amoroso Sherry Butts. And oh, Lord, you get his little UK exclusive sticker back there. Excellent stuff. First Fill Sherry of Methuselah. This is really the best of the discontinued travel series. So if you get a chance to get your hands on Dominion specifically, excellent stuff. And that is my current favorite single malt Scotch whiskey for the moment. Now, moving right along, this would be the hipster bottle. Now, I knew about this particular bottle the day it was announced. Forget the day it came out. The day it was announced, I sent a message over to Tony. Tony, guess what we need to get the very second it comes out? And that, I'm going to leave y'all in suspense there for a second. What's next for Jey Uso? I think there's going to be a very dramatic breakup angle between Jimmy and Jey. I think it culminates at WrestleMania. I think it's going to be a tag match between Kevin and Sammy versus Jimmy and Jey for the tag titles, and that's when that tag team falls apart. They have a match at SummerSlam against each other, Jimmy and Jey, and then they both go on singles runs. Jimmy as a heel and Jey as a monster babyface. I think Jey has a very, very bright future ahead as a babyface, and Jimmy the same as a heel. And eventually they'll, go vice versa, because that's the way that goes. That would be the Dalmore Quintet, the new they'll do masterpiece, the new it'll be like Hell in a Cell Survivor Series. The new travel exclusive series. Yes, the Dalmore Quintet is my hipster. I knew about it before anybody else really did. I was hip and wise and cool to it. Really, I was, not to toot my own horn, but yeah, I was way ahead of the curve on this one. So had to let you all know about that one. Now, my jealousy bottle. I know what you're thinking. Gonna see some more Staghorns here. No. I'm changing it up here slightly. My jealousy bottle is my Gordon and MacPhail Dalmore Distillery 14-year cask strength bourbon cask aged edition. Connoisseur's Choice. Excellent stuff. This is Dalmore Distillery from 2005, 57.6% ABV, 255 bottles to this particular little batch here. And yes, refilled bourbon barrels, aged 14 years, single malt Scotch whiskey, non-chill filtered, natural color. Only 255 bottles of this particular flavor on God's green earth. So yes, when somebody comes over who I know is also a fellow Dalmore freak, I am going to drop this particular bottle in front of them and be like, oh dear goodness, ain't that just beauteous? There you go. You can see it a little bit better, but hey, I'll give you a nice, there we go. Nice close-up look of this beauteous bottle. Yeah, so this is one I'm really looking forward to getting into, but I'm waiting for a very special occasion to even crack the seal on that one. And then the last one, a long pour bottle, one that you can count on to pour at a length without much spill. Oh boy, here we go, folks. Well, to be frank, that is any bottle of Dalmore you can count on to be your long pour bottle. So I've got just a nice little chunk here. I'm going to call that good. Long pour of the Dalmore 18-year-old. Yes. Wash me in your jealousy. Wash me in your judgment. And hey, I only spilled like a few drops. Beautiful. So folks, these are the 5 Scotch whiskeys you need, part 2. So folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the K.O.E Nation. And be sure to let me know if you think my picks were a little centric to one Scotch whiskey region. Personally, I don't think I had enough Dalmore represented here. So let me know how you think I did. But, you know, folks, I am a lord of the Scottish Highlands, so I've got to represent the Highland Scotch whiskey region. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me for this very special video of the 5 Scotch whiskeys you need, part 2. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., and I will catch you on the flip side. This is when I started falling in love with this song. Completely copyright free. You can use it for whatever. Let's see, which one's this? The 5 rye whiskeys that you need, folks. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good one. This is before the rye whiskey tournament, but this is after the 10 rye flight. So there's some data to go with this. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another 5 whiskeys you need rye edition. So you've undoubtedly seen my 5 scotches and 5 bourbons you need. So I thought, really, we need to move on to another great grain whiskey, and that is rye. So I thought, well, what would be the 5 ryes that
God,
you
look
need?
at that awful mic.
And I was thinking, well, who
I
better
had
than
to
Phil
upgrade.
K.O.E.
I'm on a
to give
Blue
all of
Yeti.
you beautiful people that essential information. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So the 5 ryes you need, and the categories are cheap mixer, daily drinker, your Friday night pour, your impress your guests, and last but certainly not least, special occasions. So to me, I was thinking, what would be a good cheap mixer? This one was actually the winner of me, Tony, and Chicken's first ever get-together where we did a 10 rye flight. And shockingly, the winner was Bullet Rye. And this one is one of the least expensive. So I figured definitely add that one. It's a great mixer. You can sip on it. You can put it on the rocks. There's a lot you can do with that. And this is also one that if you throw a dash into a pan when you're frying some vegetables or something, you're not going to feel quite as bad versus some of the other whiskeys on this list. So then we move on to the daily drinker. I don't drink every day, but if I were to pour a dram every day at the end of the night and it were to be a rye, it would really have to be Pendleton 1910 12-year-old rye. Just excellent stuff. Again, not going to break the bank. Canadian rye whiskey. And yes, aged 12 years, standard 40%, 80 proof. My family is a lover of Canadian whiskeys, so I think that's why this Canadian pure rye kind of appeals to me. That and the age statement is excellent. 12 years Canadian rye. So this would be one that I would pour daily if I did daily drink. I've had this bottle for a little over a year now. So moving on to the Friday night pour. Okay, so it's Friday night. I've had a long week, and I'm just getting home, and I want a good dram of rye before I get into my evening. What I would probably go for, High West Rendezvous Rye. Just a great rye whiskey that doesn't offend. It's just rolls down without a heavy burn, but it's good. I like this particular idea. I just love everything that I've had from High West thus far. But this would be my Friday night pour. Gotta keep my singing voice in fetch, folks. So then we move on to the Impress My Guest whiskey. Now, for those who don't know, I am from the state of Nebraska. So the reason I bring that up is my Impress My Guest rye would be Spirit World of Omaha, Nebraska, store pick Woodford Reserve rye. As far as I know, this is the only store pick rye whiskey in our state's history, as far as I'm aware. If you know of another store pick rye whiskey that's ever hit here in Nebraska, let me know in the comments section. I would be fascinated to hear it. But as far as I know, this is the first one. The first ever rye store pick in our state's history would be an excellent Impress Your Guest piece. And also just a great conversation piece. I mean, look at this. It's the first ever rye in our state's history. And yes, if you live in Nebraska, something like that would be an Impress Your Guest. And so, yes, Woodford Reserve, Spirit World, store pick rye would be my pick for the Impress Your Guest. And then last but certainly not least, the Special Occasion Rye. The rye that has impressed above all else. Well, folks, if you paid any attention to this channel at all, you're not going to be at all surprised by this pick. Mitcher's Single Barrel Straight Rye Whiskey. Amazing, amazing stuff. It's not a break the bank whiskey either, but Tony and I are blown away by this rye. It's just, I cannot put forward the idea enough that you really need to get a bottle of this if you're thinking about getting into rye whiskey at all. Mitcher's Single Barrel Rye really is transcendent from what I've ever thought ryes could do. So as it stands right now, these would be the 5 rye whiskeys you need. But keep your eyes on this space, folks, because this is kind of a preview of things to come. We've done the bourbon tournament here at K.O.E Nation, and now we're moving on to the ryes. We are going to figure those out again because Tony and I have added a lot of ryes to our collections. As you can see, these two were not in the previous 10 rye flight. So there's been some dissent within the K.O.E Nation and within Tony G, one of the honored thanes of K.O.E Nation. He thinks we should do another 10 flight versus another 10 flight, and the top winners of those go up against each other. I think another Sweet 16 rye tournament. So, folks, let me know in the comments section which one you would like to see. Sweet 16 rye tournament, or we go back to the classic 10 rye blind flight, and we see who wins from that. But, folks, I'm glad that we could come together a little bit and just discuss rye whiskey, an amazing, amazing product, and one of the products that was essential to the founding of America. One of our main products that we created was rye whiskey, because especially in the Northeast, that was the weather conditions were just conducive for rye. So it's not only excellent whiskey, but it's also excellent history, if you're into that. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me here at the K.O.E Nation. Be sure to check me out on YouTube and Twitch, K.O.E Nation, for our 5 rye whiskeys you need. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, and follow me here for all your K.O.E content. Until next time, folks, see you around. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another 5 Whiskeys You Need video, Grain Whiskey Edition. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, and we are going to get even deeper into the 5 whiskeys you need. We've covered bourbon, we've covered scotch, we've now covered rye, and I figured we're leaving out grain whiskey, and considering I am a corn farmer, well, I've got to give it its proper due. So without further ado, let's get right into the 5 grain whiskeys you need. But before we do, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, and be sure to check me out, K.O.E Nation on Twitch as well. My kingdom expands, folks. But without further ado, let's get right into it. So, the cheap mixer. Well, the categories are cheap mixer, daily drinker, your Friday night pour, the impress your guest whiskeys, and then a special occasion whiskey. So, my cheap mixer would be none other than Mellow Corn, Heaven Hill Distillery, Kentucky Straight Corn Whiskey. Good stuff. Very muted nose, which is very typical of Heaven Hill. It's a decent corn whiskey, and it is not going to break the bank. It will be well below $20. Probably, like, I've seen it as low as like $12, $15 in some places. Bottled in bond, 100 proof. It would be a good mixer. Just it'll go with cola if you have to. And also, this is one of my premier kitchen whiskeys. This is one that I'll soak meats in. You'll get a lot of good out of it if you just appreciate it for what it is. Now, moving on to a daily drinker. Got to give a shout out to Nebraska here. Loop River Distillery, Howard Hooch, unaged corn whiskey. This stuff is unaged, but its nose is amazing. It just smells so much like corn. Like, this is muted. This is accentuated. You can really smell, taste, just it's corn. Like, I don't know how else to describe this, but Howard Hooch, here in Howard County, Nebraska, we pour our hearts into our grain and our grain into our glass. Distilled from corn grown on our own farm, Howard Hooch is an old-fashioned corn whiskey made for the drinker who enjoys traditional quality spirits. Down to earth with a hint of sweetness. Oh, it's more than a hint. The unaged essence of this bold spirit speaks to the Nebraskan in all of us. Now, what's fascinating is this would probably be one of their base for their bourbon, which their bourbon's also very good. Check it out. But this as a grain whiskey, I would say it makes for an excellent, excellent daily drinker. If you feel like you need to have just a little dram, this one goes good neat on the rocks. mixed with any cola or what have you. This one just works. And because it's unaged, there's some folks whose stomachs don't exactly respond well to oaks and aging, so might be up some folks' alley. Got to keep my singing voice in fetch. So now we move on to the Friday night pour. And this is one that I enjoy. It's simple, it's approachable, it's sweet, but it's not overbearing in any one regard. Woodford Reserve Wheat Whiskey. And this will be one of the few grains that I think are made almost entirely of wheat, or at least predominantly wheat. And so when we're talking grain whiskey, we gotta give wheat a little bit of a nod. My grandmother comes from Kansas wheat farmers, so gotta give a shout out to all of them. So I gave my fellow Nebraska corn farmers a shout out, Kansas wheat farmers, and all of America's wheat farmers, and specifically Kentucky corn farmers as well. So yes, it's just a great general pour. I'm just gonna take a quick nose. Yes, it's got a very sweet, subtle. You do get, I don't like, almost the slightest hint of cherry, but not too much, not too much. I really, really enjoy this one as a Friday night pour, and yeah, I can't say anything bad about it. Its price point, I can't remember. I think it's about $35-40. So not the cheapest on the list, but an excellent one for a Friday night pour. Now we move on to Impress Your Guests whiskey. And for that, I turn to Nika Coffee Grain Whiskey. It's distilled in a coffee still, and from what I've heard, this is 95% corn. They use malted barley for the other 5%, so they get the natural enzymes. They don't have to insert those. I really like that idea. And also, as an American farmer, their corn is imported. Maybe it's some of our corn in there. I'm not quite sure. And Nika, there you go. There's a great idea. Maybe put on there where the grain comes from. American consumers will be more likely to buy the American bottle, and like folks from other corners of the world will be likely to buy their grains bottle. Just an idea. But yes, excellent stuff. Wow. Punching sweetness. Like, me and Tony are actually planning on having a tequila night very soon, but generally, so long as it says 100% de agave, it's good. I generally go with good old Patron. This is a sherry cask finished release, but yeah, generally, me and Tony are big fans of Patron. Really, regardless of what tequila you get, just make sure you read it, and that on it somewhere it says 100% de agave, because if it doesn't, like Jose Cuervo's is a great example. Don't get Jose Cuervo. It's not 100% agave. It's got a lot of sugars and a lot of other stuff that they add to it, and those additives are the reason you had the worst hangovers you've ever had. So if it doesn't say 100% de agave, I wouldn't recommend it. Cuervo, don't go for it. Patron is 100% de agave. Their estate releases are amazing if you can get them. But yeah, anything that just says, like, if it doesn't say that somewhere on there, they're trying to take you for a ride. Smells like candy. It really does just have a candied sweetness to it. So I cannot recommend that one enough. It's gonna be pricey. This one cost me over $60. So keep in mind, Japanese whiskeys, Nika and the like, they don't go for cheap. And then my special occasion whiskey is one that I just personally enjoy. And that would be Teeling single grain Irish whiskey, and also finished in wine casks, non-chill filtered. Excellent stuff. 46% ABV. Teeling grain whiskey. let's just take a quick nose here. Yeah, you get a very strong wine. I wonder what kind it was. Probably Cabernet Sauvignon barrels, but mouth is watering just thinking about that last one. And it's a very, very good just sipping whiskey. I wouldn't even put it on the rocks. I wouldn't mix it or cocktail it with anything. And it is a bit pricey. But for those special occasions, like if there's a thunderstorm passing out in front of my house, I'll just pour a dram, stand under my porch and watch it. And that's a special occasion to me. And Teeling single grain whiskey really, really exemplifies that. So folks, as a corn farmer, if I had to guess, these four are mostly corn and this one still has some corn in it. So what can I say? I got to give my fellow corn farmers some love, but yes, this is a great list. If you want to get into grain whiskey specifically, Kentucky, they've got some great stuff with mellow corn and some other options, but for the cheap mixer, this one works. For the daily drinker, I got to give Nebraska some love. And then for the Friday night pour, if you're a fan of this station, you know I'm a fan of Woodford, so this shouldn't shock you at all. And then to impress your guests, Japanese Nika coffee grain whiskey, definitely some good stuff. And then last but certainly not least, Teeling Irish single grain whiskey for your special occasions. When you've got somebody over that you just need to talk about life and truth, the ups and downs of this beautiful journey that we call life. Grain whiskeys, they've been for us more than a lot of us even know. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for our 5 grain whiskeys you need right here at the K.O.E Nation. Be sure to like, share, subscribe on YouTube, and follow K.O.E Nation on Twitch. I am your King of Extreme, Bill K.O.E, signing off and handing it off to all you beautiful people. Till then, catch you on the flip side. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another 5 Bourbons You Need video here at the K.O.E Nation. I am your King of Extreme, Bill K.O.E, the Lord of the Scottish Highlands, the Prince and Potentate of the political parlance, and also the Baron of Bourbon himself, here to give you another 5 Bourbons video. But I know what a lot of you are thinking. But Bill, you have already graced and blessed YouTube with a 5 Bourbons video. How could you possibly do this again? Well, it's quite simple. You see, I am going to hand it over to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, Tony G, and he is going to give his 5 Bourbons You Need, folks. And this is post Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament. So there is going to be quite the list. So, folks, while I am your Baron of Bourbon, I figured I would hand it over to the one, the only, Tony G, for his 5 Bourbons. And without further ado, let's get right on over to Tony G. T, take it away.
Hey there, this is Tony G, and these are my 5 Bourbons You Need. First up, you got to have your cheap mixer. For me, this is a no-brainer. This is affordable at about $20 a bottle. And honest to goodness, Jim Beam Black tastes amazing to me. You can put this on the rocks, you can drink it straight. But most importantly, you're not going to offend anybody by pouring this in a glass and mixing it with your favorite soda. It does not matter. You can put pop in there, you can put ginger ale, you can put orange juice. Granted, it doesn't matter. This is going to go good with anything. This is a versatile, affordable, cheap bourbon. It's an honest brand, and frankly, it goes good with anything. You can cook with this stuff. This is a great example of a good mixer. Sure, you could go with a regular white label Jim Beam, but let's be frank. This blows it out of the park 100 times out of 100. This just tastes better. It is better. And next time you're in the store thinking, hey, I'm going to grab a bottle of Jim Beam white label, do yourself a favor. Pick the black label instead. This is the cheap mixer that you need. You're never going to get a bad pour out of it, and it's just going to be happy to drink. Next up, you need a daily drinker, something that you can rely on no matter what the occasion. That's what I've got in my glass right now. Wild Turkey 101. This is a severely underrated bourbon. This came into fruition around the time that college kids wanted something cheap to drink in terms of whiskey. And for better or worse, Wild Turkey kind of became just that bourbon. But it's not just a cheap, get you drunk bourbon. This is a high-class bourbon disguised in a very affordable bottle. This might not be the most top-shelf name brand out there, but at $20 to $30 a bottle, this is one of the better bourbons you're going to get your hands on. And at 101 proof, you don't need to mix this. You don't need to do anything with this. You can throw an ice ball in there, sure, but you don't need to. This is right where it needs to be in terms of proof. And the flavor is there. It's strong. It gets the point across, but really, it's just so delightful to sip on. You don't need a reason to drink this other than the fact that you appreciate a good tasting bourbon. And that's exactly what Wild Turkey 101 is. A really nice, really affordable, smooth, easy drinking bourbon that represents bourbon in the best way possible. Now you need your Friday night pour, something that you can look forward to after a long work week. Come home, pour yourself a nice dram, light up a stogie if that's your thing. What might that one be for me? Old Forester the Statesman. This is so good to drink. I can't describe to you how impressed I was with this one. We put this one right next to the entire line, the 1910, the 1920, the 1897, and the 1870. And for me, this one just kind of embodies the entire line. This one's just so good through and through. The proof is only 95. If you like yours a little bit higher, I understand if this might not be your first choice after a long work week, but you're going to get everything and more in the flavor profile with this one, folks. This one is top shelf. I love this one. This is something you can actually look forward to. I know this is a great one to gift to someone who enjoys bourbon. This might not be the first one they think of it. Maybe they've never tried it. This one really kind of shines on its own, aside from the rest of the Old Forester line. So this is one that I really appreciate in terms of a deep profile. This one has characteristics of the 1920 offering, but it's just a little bit smoother. It's just a little bit lighter on ABV, and this is always going to be a very, very nice pour. So after a nice long work week, you don't just need to have something to feel different. You might want a little bit of a reward in terms of what you're drinking, and that's what this packs in its punch. A great flavor profile, an honest brand, and just a great bourbon. How about your impress your guests bourbon? You knew it was coming. It doesn't matter if they respect Blanton's, like Blanton's. Everybody knows Blanton's. And even if they don't like Blanton's, they're lying. They do. If you've got a bottle of Blanton's on your shelf, they're going to take you seriously as a good whiskey drinker. You know your stuff. They see that. They're going to respect it, regardless of what they say. Blanton's is just good. It doesn't matter what you think about their marketing tactics, the beautiful bottle, the little horsey. It doesn't matter what you think about the price point or the secondary market. Blanton's is it's just a stellar bourbon through and through. This is great stuff. This isn't something that you want to burn through an entire bottle one weekend on. This is something you kind of save back once in a while. Not an everyday drinker, not a Friday night drinker for me, but something that you might break out when you have a guest over. Somebody who actually appreciates a good whiskey, wants to drink something neat, wants something with a bit of a top shelf feel. This is it for me. Blanton's, it hits it out of the park. It's got a good flavor. It's got a good nose. There's really not much I can say in terms of bad about Blanton's other than the fact that people exploit the demand for bourbon right now. So it is harder to come across. year in and year out, depending on what time of the year it is. But if you can get your hands on a bottle of this, do the right thing, grab a bottle of it, and make sure to share it with somebody who appreciates good whiskey. Last, but absolutely not least, your special occasion bourbon. There is literally not enough time for me to explain to you how much I love Woodford Reserve Double Oak. Specifically this guy right here. Wine, Beer, and Spirits store pick from Lincoln, Nebraska. This thing is just delectable. This is like a bourbon dessert. There's nothing that compares to this. In fact, this won our bourbon tournament. Hands down. It wasn't even close. Once this thing entered the ring, everybody else may have well just jumped out over the top rope and eliminated themselves because the Battle Royal was no longer Battle Royal. It was a one-trick show. And this trick right here, there's no magic. This is just great bourbon. The flavor profile is transcendent. There's peanut brittle notes, there's chocolate notes, there's a woodsy oakness, obviously. The double oak says it right there. Unfortunately, this was a very limited run, and this is probably one of the last bottles around. So you can tell I'm not really going to drink this down very quickly. So I'm not going to share this either. That's not something that I want to do because, I'm going to be a little bit selfish with this one. If the time is right, I have reason to celebrate. Some big milestone has come along my way, and I need a reason to pour myself a dram of that. I'm going to do it. But I'm going to do it for me because I love this bourbon so much. I can't wait to see what their next store pick is like. And if you can only get your hands on a bottle of Double Oak Woodford Reserve, there's nothing wrong with that either. But there's just a little something extra special in this one. And that's why this is the perfect special occasion bourbon. And with that, I thank you.
And there you have it, folks. 5 amazing bourbons that I really can't argue with too many of those picks. 3 of those picks, right on. The Jim Beam Black as a cheap mixer, it's kind of the king of value bourbon as far as I'm concerned. The Impress Your Guests with Blanton's, I really cannot object to that. It's an excellent, excellent idea whenever you got to impress those guests. The special occasion Woodford Reserve Wine, Beer, and Spirits store pick, I have no objection to that, Tony. That is A+, spot on. The only ones that I would object to is, well, first of all, your Friday night pour, while Old Forester Statesman is incredible, I'm generally going to go for Loop River Distilling Nebraska Straight Bourbon Whiskey, but that's just me. And also for your daily drinker, you went with Wild Turkey 101. Your proof was correct, but I would simply recommend, yep, you knew it was going to show up, Maker's Mark 101 as an excellent daily drinker. But other than that, Tony's list is spot on post-bourbon tournament. So, folks, that was Tony's 5 bourbons you need. But, folks, thank you for being here and joining us. But, folks, you have no doubt seen my 5 bourbons you need, the 5 scotches you need, the 5 scotches ADHD whiskey edition. I've also got the 5 ryes you need, the 5 grain whiskeys you need. And there is another 5 whiskeys coming down the pike, folks. You know it's the right thing. You know we need to do it. So keep your eyes right here on this space. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here on the 5 Bourbons You Need Tony G edition. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope to see every last one of you back here, happy, healthy, much the wiser. I pray for it, folks, and I hope you do too. God bless. Godspeed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Join us on K.O.E Nation on YouTube and Twitch. You can find Tony over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify, and you can find him at Tony the Rod on TikTok, folks.
But folks,
No, it's Tony
thank
the
you
Rod
for being
2.0.
here. And with all that being
Folks,
said,
that's called
the video was
foreshadowing.
so nice, I had to outro it twice. I'll catch you on the flip side. Yeah, and I believe this is Tony's 5 Irish whiskeys you need. Yep. And then we get to the Winfinity bottles. Those are pretty awesome. Yeah, if you got any questions, drop it in the comments. Otherwise, we're just gonna have a chill stream tonight, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for another 5 whiskeys you need, Irish whiskey edition. So, folks, you've seen my 5 bourbons you need. You've seen Tony G's 5 bourbons you need. You've no doubt seen the 5 scotches that you need, according to Phil K.O.E, the 5 rye whiskeys you need, and also the 5 grain whiskeys you need. But there is an essential whiskey that is still missing from this 5 whiskeys you need, and that is Irish whiskey. So I figured that I would turn to the one true expert in Irish whiskey, none other than Tony G, because that man knows his Irish whiskeys. So I figured, while we agree on quite a few things, I think really Tony's just deep dive omnibus into the world that is Irish whiskey does require a little bit of attention. So without further ado, I am going to hand it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only, Tony G, for his 5 Irish whiskeys you need. Without further ado, Tony, take it away.
Hey there, Tony G here once again, and these are the 5 Irish whiskeys you need. First up, you got to have yourself a cheap mixer. If mixing Irish whiskey is your thing, really this is your best option. You'll notice this is a tiny little bottle of Jameson. There's a reason for that, because this is the standard in Irish whiskey for me. When I think Irish whiskey, I think regular, standard, good old triple distilled Jameson. Why does this work as a mixer? For one, it's going to be readily available anywhere you want to go. So if you're thinking Irish cocktail, this is about as good as it gets. Personally, for me, I don't cocktail Irish whiskey. I don't mix it with anything. If I want Irish whiskey, I'm drinking it neat. The only things I'm really going to mix this with myself is maybe a splash of water, some ice. If I really need to dilute it, maybe ginger ale or Sprite. That's when this is going to shine the most, if you really need a mixer. But personally for me, this is a good anytime drink. This is a good daily drinker. But if you're going to cocktail, you're going to go for Jameson. Now let's talk daily drinker. When you want something for a daily drinker, you're going to think about 2 things: taste and affordability. This one here, Bushmill Blackbush, this is affordable, and it's pretty readily available about anywhere you're going to go in terms of liquor stores that carry Irish whiskey. Bushmill Blackbush is finished to perfection in sherry cask, so you know you're going to get a little something extra. And if you need a daily drinker, what better way to do it than have something finished in sherry? There's really not a lot of options out there that are better than sherry. As you can see, I've enjoyed this one pretty frequently because it's almost at the end of its bottle life. This is a fantastic one. If you haven't tried this one, do yourself a favor, grab a bottle of this, and I'll be shocked if you don't find yourself sipping on this on the regular. Friday night pour, long work week, you need something stiff. You're thinking Irish, what's your Friday night pour going to be? For me, Tullamore Dew 12 year is insanely affordable at $50. And I mean that with all the sincerity in the world. After you've tried this, you'll understand completely what I mean. This is a bottle that could go for twice that easily if you were doing a blind taste test. This is so damn good. Nothing against regular Tullamore Dew. I think it goes great in Irish coffee if you're having a real one. But this stuff, you got to enjoy this neat. You got to have this in Glencairn to really appreciate how complex and good this one is. If you haven't tried this one, do yourself a favor. Even if you got to seek this one out, drive a little bit or call up a favor to a buddy in another state, doesn't matter. You got to acquire a bottle of this stuff. This is some special juice, and you will not regret it. You got someone coming over, they say they like Irish whiskey, but maybe they're not really seasoned in terms of different brands or different kinds. Maybe they're not familiar with different age statement whiskey. Maybe they only drink Jameson or regular Bushmills. How are you going to impress your guest? This is another ridiculously affordable bottle. Bushmill 10-year single malt Irish whiskey. Coming in around $50 a bottle. I'm not kidding when I tell you. This stuff is in a weight class way below what it deserves to be, because this is a really nice, easy drinking whiskey. I've actually had people come down and check out my whiskey collection who I'm like, oh, well, how can I impress them? I had them try a 21-year-old scotch that they thought was really nice. The next thing I handed them was a sample of this. Guess what? They liked this one better. Different people have different palates, but when a 21-year-old scotch gets beaten out by a 10-year Irish whiskey, that really says something in terms of how good a quality this whiskey really is at the price that it's at. This is a great one. I definitely recommend it. If you even remotely like Irish whiskey, you're going to love it after you try this one. Now, last but certainly not least, your special occasion pour. This right here is the pinnacle of Irish whiskey. There's really not a more respected brand than Middleton. What I've got here myself is the vintage 2019 release. And let me tell you, out of the various ones that I've tried, I think 2019 might, honest to goodness, be my favorite expression in the Middleton line. This one's got a ton going on here. If you can get a bottle of the 2019 and you haven't tried it, definitely pick it up. Doesn't matter what the price point is, because eventually you're never going to find it again. So get it while you can. There's really not a reason not to have a drink of this, other than the fact that once it's gone, it might very well be gone. So that's why I save this one for special occasions. Notice I've enjoyed a bit of it, but it's so good that I don't want to dilute this bottle down that quickly. So I'm taking my time here, and that's how you should enjoy this bottle. This is a masterclass in Irish whiskey. It's Middleton. It says it right here. It's very rare, folks. Come on. They release one expression a year. You've got to appreciate the limited run, right? There's always going to be another bottle the next year, but it's not going to be quite the same. So for me, this is a special one because I like it so much. So this is my special occasion Irish whiskey. Those are my 5 Irish whiskeys that you absolutely do need on your shelf. If you disagree with me or agree, let me know in the comments, but let me know overall what you think. I appreciate you coming by.
Thank you, Tony G. That was some incredible whiskeys of the Irish persuasion. That Middleton Very Rare is just, but folks, between you and me, get the Tullamore Dew 12. You'll actually be happier. It's just an amazingly good whiskey. Like under any way you want to boil it. If you were just going to have one Irish whiskey, make it Tullamore Dew 12. That's just my personal, opine, if you will. But so, folks, that was Tony G's 5 Irish whiskeys, folks. So we have been through the journey. You have hit the 5 bourbons you need. You've hit the 5 scotches you need. You've hit the 5 ryes. You've hit the 5 grain whiskeys you need. And we are now here at the 5 Irish whiskeys that you need. And you now know which 5 you need. And folks, I think there's definitely more coming in this particular space of 5 whiskeys. But folks, we're just going to have to see which ones those are. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for our review of the 5 Irish whiskeys you need. Tony G, thank you very much. Be sure to check him out at Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube, and also check him out at Tony the Rod on TikTok. You can find me, Phil K.O.E, on YouTube and Twitch, and also be sure to check us out at Big Fucking Empire. But folks, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. I cannot wait to see you right back here at this space, and I hope and I pray for every last one of you to arrive back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Godspeed, God bless, and folks, I will catch you all on the flip side. And it fills and fills and it fills. Nice. So this is Tony G's Irish whiskey infinity bottle. This is actually a pretty fun video, folks. This is just like each of us have a whiskey infinity bottle. For mine, I had to invite Tony over because I just enjoy Tony's company.
You
And
can
like,
find me on pretty much.
He's just the perfect
any
guy to bounce off
big
of for
Buck and Empire family of
This is Tony.
platforms, podcasts, and social media. I am also on TikTok at Tony the Rod 2.0. You can find me on the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And of course, you can find me every Thursday or Friday night on the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe, folks. You know you want to. All that being said, this is a special little video that one King of Extreme has been begging me to do for quite some time. And I didn't want to do it until the time was right. And by the time being right, I meant completion. Completed what, you ask? My first successful infinity bottle. This has been a bit of a passion project of mine for a few years now. This is my Irish whiskey decanter, and as you can see, it is quite full. I finally topped this bad boy off, and oh my goodness. It has got quite the array of Irish whiskey. It's got some staples, some unicorns, and some hidden gems. I've got my list right here, actually. I'm going to read it off, and I'm going to talk about a few of them that I love and a few of them that I wasn't super impressed with, but nonetheless, they are in the decanter. I have not sampled this in a while. The last time I tried anything from this bottle, it was probably about just over half. Wanted to see kind of where it was at and where I wanted to go with it. Now that it's full, it almost seems like it's a shame to drink. Maybe I'll just have to have me a little pour right here and now, huh? I think it's only right. Just happen to have a Glencairn right here. You know the beautiful part about this? I'll be making a little bit more room if I need to add something. That's plenty. Don't want to drain this bottle. As beautiful as it is. Get that out of the frame. I'll get into the smell in a minute. Let's read through this list, shall we? Start at the top. No Irish Infinity decanter is going to be complete without some Jameson in it. And, well, I got a lot of Jameson in here. All right, a lot. What I have in here: Jameson, Jameson Caskmates IPA, Jameson Caskmates Stout, Jameson Crested, Jameson Black Barrel, Jameson 18-year, Jameson Cooper's Crows, Jameson Distiller's Safe, Jameson Blender's Dog. Love those, that Cooper's Crows, Distiller's Safe, and Blender's Dog they no longer make. I've still got 3 bottles of that. I've been just babying those because all 3 really, really good in their own unique way. Now, the Caskmates, the Stout didn't blow me away, but the IPA really surprised me. And I'm not a huge fan of IPA beers, so that one really, surprisingly, was one of my favorites. Jameson's a staple. You gotta have it. Crested was one of those hard to come by bottles, but really nice. Really, really nice bottle. Of course, the Black Barrel, delicious stuff. And the 18 years, so smooth. And how could I forget the last edition, the Jameson Triple. Another one of those UK exclusive bottles that was a long time coming. Finally got it. Delicious. Bushmills, Bushmills Red Bush, Bushmills Black Bush, Bushmills 10-year, and Bushmills 16-year. That 10-year is a steal at $50. The 16-year, exquisite stuff. Standard Bushmills, really good go-to drinker. Red Bush, if you like a bourbon barrel finish, great. Same with the Black Bush if you like sherry. Really great, affordable Irish whiskeys with a little bit of a extra flavor profile for usually under $30. The Dubliner, that was a pretty cheap one. Didn't blow me away, but a really good sipper if you can find it. Napogue 12-year, Napogue 14-year, and Napogue 16-year. The 12's great stuff. It's very reminiscent of Scotch. It's a single malt, so go figure. It does remind some people of Scotch, but really, really smooth stuff. The 14-year, great, but that 16-year, that thing is in a class of its own. Redbreast 12-year, love that stuff. And it's the base. How can you not love it? Redbreast Lestoux, sherry finish. Oh my goodness, delicious, and just one of my personal favorites. Redbreast 15-year. My God, that stuff's it's stupid good. It's a stupid good bottle. A little pricey, but God, the butter, honey flavor profile on that, one of the best. The Teeling line, it's a bit of a fresh brand, but good for a new brand. In this one, I've got the Teeling single grain, Teeling pot still, and the Teeling small batch. Personally, I think the single grain is the best out of the line, and the pot still kind of disappointed me. The small batch isn't bad though. Standard Tullamore Dew, gotta have it. Great for Irish coffees. Tullamore Dew 12-year, and God, that's another one of those $50 bottle steals if you find it. And one that they unfortunately do not make anymore. Tullamore Dew 15-year, the trilogy. I'm blown away by the 15-year. If you find a bottle on a dusty shelf somewhere, do not hesitate. Snatch that up. That's some of the best stuff I've ever had. Moving along, Kilbeggan, traditional Irish whiskey. Gotta have it. Hellcat Maggie. One of those bargain Irishes, but not bad chilled. Not bad at all. Paddy's Old Irish. You can take or leave this one. Really, the name's just, yeah. I love that. Green Spot. Great stuff. Yellow Spot, even greater stuff, and the exquisite Red Spot. Oh, watch the full review on K.O.E Nation of that. It is just, Chicken was lucky enough to find a bottle of that and share with us, and that is a unique, just so elegant. That is an elegant Irish whiskey. The Sexton, I believe that one's actually made by Bushmills. I should move that up the list. Not a bad pour. Bargain bottle. I take that back. Not a bad sipper. Terrible to pour because it's in that octagon bottle. Looks cool. Pours like shit. My bottle of Middleton Very Rare 2019. Love that stuff. I don't know how it stacks up to the 2020 or the 2021. I haven't tasted those yet, but the 2019 was a really good offering. Powers Gold. Powers 3 Swallows. The 3 Swallows is a lot sweeter than the Gold label, but both are really nice. Also, we've got one of the last, the Whistler PX. I Love You. One of my favorite offerings from the Whistler. I don't know a lot about the rest of the line. It's kind of looked down on by some people, but the PX I Love You bottle, a little spendier, but my God, once this thing breathes a little bit, like the first couple pours we took out of it weren't blow us away. Once it sat, had a little room to breathe, that thing really opens up, and it's one of my favorite bottles now on the Irish shelf. Really, really is. And last but not least, the Wild Rover. High and Wicked, the Wild Rover. Kind of an unknown. It's look this one up. It's a very high proof Irish whiskey, outsourced from Ireland. I think it's bottled in like Wyoming. It's a very strange, unique find. It's an expensive damn bottle, but damn, the proof is high and it is spectacular. So it added a little bit of strength to this bottle. So that is what's in this Infinity decanter. Now, shall we? You've got a very, very nice floral pattern here. Orchard fruit sweetness. Just very, very sweet fruit on the nose. Like you would swear you're walking through an orchard. This smells insanely good. I wish we could make an air freshener out of this. I really do. Yeah, just so many fruits. Not a ton of standard like Irish curl your nose hair harshness on like you get with some of the baseline Irish. So all those special and high dollar Irishes really shine through on the nose. But I think it's only fair. Let's give this a go. Mm. Mm. Oh, wow. That is heavenly. Oh, and the finish. Oh my goodness. There's even almost some chocolate on the finish. Like a burnt chocolate. Where I'm getting that. That might be like that Whistler with the sherry. I don't know why I'd be getting chocolate, but like a chocolate raspberry or chocolate orange, you know, like you get at Christmas time. Oh, the front though, all that orchard fruit comes through. A little bit of butter honey. That's got to be the red breast. Mm. A lot of the grain Irish whiskey, like the Jameson Distiller's Safe or the Teeling Single Grain. I can taste those in there for sure. Mm. Oh my God, that is hard to describe. It's so complex. So much orchard fruit, apples, pears. Not a ton of citrus, but there's a little there. Yeah, I'm gonna go with like a chocolate orange there on the finish. A lot of the red breast influence, I think, for sure on the finish. I can definitely get the sherry influence there from a few of these bottles, and the strength. Yeah, I think that Wild Rover really shines through, bumping up the ABV a little bit. Oh wow. So much casking here, so many different types of cask, so many age statements. That's just man, I'd love to share this with the world, but unfortunately this is the only bottle, and I'm probably going to be enjoying a lot of this to myself, so I hope nobody takes offense, but my God, I'm going to try one more time. Got apples and pears on the front. Butter, citrus, more fruit. There's some sherry, a lot of grain. A lot of the floral comes through there. There's a very sweet, tart grain finish at the end. Oh my God, it changes every time. But there's so many different in here that such a complex start finish. I love this. This is why I was so excited to do an Irish forever bottle, because there's so many good ones out there that I knew that Irish whiskey complements itself really, really nicely a lot of the time. You're not going to run into issues like you would with rye or bourbon, or especially Scotch. So this is something I definitely recommend if you're not doing it already. If you like to sample a lot of different Irish whiskeys, get you a bottle, put a little bit of each bottle into another, save it back, and you're going to just have an explosion of flavor by the time it's all said and done. This is magical stuff. I can't wait to have somebody else try it, see what they think, see what flavors that they pick up, because this is outstanding. But all that being said, thank you for joining me on this journey of Irish whiskey. Tony fucking G, Tony the Rod 2.0 on the TikTok, Tony G on Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and of course, on the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure you're following all your K.O.E. Nation Big Buckin' Empire needs. See you next time.
To here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do. Nice. This next one is Chicken's Infinity Bourbon Bottle. It's pretty fucking awesome.
I promise to.
And also, Tony made a pretty good thumbnail for that I show off at the end, which I'm pretty proud of.
Raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See you.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, K.O.E. Nation on TikTok, K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, and we have some amazing K.O.E. content coming to you from one of the many friends and denizens of the K.O.E. Nation. So, folks, without further ado, let's not keep you waiting any longer.
All right, folks, welcome to the Chicken Coop. Special video for you today. A little backstory to it first. I had a forever decanter. If you don't know what that is, it's where you kind of blend everything together and you refill a decanter with a blend of all your scotches, whiskeys, whatever you want to do. Thankfully, this one was with bourbons, not my scotches. And, well, it broke. And not only did it break, it fell, broke, and spilled all over a brand new Xbox. So that's been about a week. And I've been just kind of sulking. I haven't plugged the Xbox in. That's the next one after this. Let's see if it works now. But anyway, we're going to get back on track. And we're going to start a new decanter. So here I bought... this was just some crappy whiskey. It was called American Barrels Kentucky Bourbon. But it was a cool bottle. So you get the snake wrapped around there. It's got the coil up top. It's got the shotgun base to it. So I thought this would be a cool decanter to restart bourbons because, well, bourbons get a little spicy. They can either be a bit of a shotgun blast or maybe a little bit of a snake bite. So what an appropriate bottle. And we're going to pour some stuff in there together. Now, I'm not super scientific with it. I'm just going to kind of try to keep it as even amounts as possible and do this is going to be an ever-changing forever decanter. So we're just going to start out with full shots of some of my favorite bourbons, fill this bad boy up, and I don't know, maybe give it a little taste. So let's start. And this is going to be bourbons only. There may be some more cast or maybe a couple gimmicky bourbons, but only good ones. Only ones I really enjoy. So without further ado, we're going to kick it off with a Woodford Reserve Double Oak. This was a store pick, actually, was the bourbon of Extreme in the last bourbon tournament with Phil K.O.E. So pretty excited I have this and another store pick up there. So never want to run out of this beautiful liquid here. So that's going to be our start to our base. So of course, this bottle, I have cleaned it, rinsed it. So everything's all clean, no contamination in there. So now that we got that one out of the way, this one I catch a little hell for this one. Jefferson's Aged Ocean. This is Voyage 23. I actually really enjoy this. It's nothing too crazy or insane. For the price tag, it's a little, I don't know. Not a lot of people, if you don't enjoy it, you don't enjoy it. Not a lot of people want to spend the price tag for it. But I got it, I believe, for my birthday from my wife, and I have started to enjoy this more and more. So we'll throw a little bit, and it's kind of that's a gimmicky one, because literally they age it, and then they put the barrels on a ship and then take this special route out in the ocean, and let it rock back and forth in the cask. So it's literally aged at sea. Kind of a cool story. Oops, dripped a little bit there. Kind of a cool story to it, but it's a gimmick. Nobody really cares. So Voyage 23. We're going to go with Yellowstone Store Pick hand collection. This is the 109 proof. I think they make one that's 115 as well, for store pick selections. I do rather enjoy this one. I heard the 115 is actually really good too. So if I ever find that, I will be adding that to the collection as well. This is a spicy meatball right here. I got to watch my drippage. You guys are going to make fun of me for that. Great one to have on your shelf. We're going to get a little fancier. We got the Maker's Mark FAE02. This is 109 proof as well. So keeping things up there on the proof level here. This one's really good. The FAE01 and 02. Oh man, they're so hard. They're both fantastic bourbons, and they stand apart, but they're, God dang it, I keep spilling. I'm gonna try this glass off. It's just going right down the side. Maybe I'll look down on it. Fantastic. Oh wow, yeah. A little taste of that. Any Maker's Mark. I'm a big fan. So far we're still on top shelf. We have not moved down top shelf bourbons. If it's not open, I got a few of these. They're not open. I'm not putting them in there until they're open. So I got McKenna. We got a couple of Caribous. We got a Safel. I got a Four Roses single barrel OBSO. Like, some of those aren't going to go in here just because they're not open yet. Here's another really, really cool, kind of, I don't know, not necessarily rare, but not as heard of bottle. So Loop River Distillery out of Nebraska. It's only 86 proof, but this, I believe, made it to the final four of the bourbon tournament last year. Really, really good stuff. Tony and Phil got me this for my birthday last summer. And as you can see, I rather have been enjoying it. It's a little bit lower proof, but it's got so much flavor profile in there, especially from a small local distillery in Nebraska. This stupid thing. Okay. Rabbit Hole Derringer. Oh, this stuff is so good. Bought it just because I was looking for hunting other bottles, and there was nothing available. I kept striking out, and the lady behind the counter is like, trust me, try this. You're going to love it. And I was not disappointed. I better measure that a little bit at least. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. I enjoy almost everything from the Rabbit Hole line. The only one I wasn't impressed with was just their straight bourbon. It's kind of boring, not gonna lie. And that one is 93 proof. So a couple lower proof, but very, very flavorful. Let's get some Blanton's, some Wild Turkey, and this spicy sumbitch right here is going to be fantastic to have in there as well. So, of course, Blanton's, everybody's favorite pony. Got a couple of bottles of this. Which one is this one? Got the letter S. Some of my favorite juice out there. Must have Blanton's on hand at all times, fellas. And ladies, I guess. ladies, if your fellas doesn't have Blanton's, you better get them some. Better recognize. Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit Single Barrel. Another fantastic one. Now, this I believe is only 93 proof on the Blanton's. Might be off just a little bit there. It's right around 90. This one's 101. So it's a Wild Turkey 101, basically single barrel. Very, very sexy stuff here as well. And we're getting that proof back up there like it should be. All right. Oops, wrong lid. Yeah, and that's the one thing I hate about these Wild Turkey lids is like the cork pops off so easily. Heaven's Door. Ooh, this one's hot. 123.36 proof. Single barrel Heaven's Door cask strength. This stuff. Whoa, God, blew me away. I was very shocked on how good this was. Sounded like it was just going to be a Bob Dylan gimmick, but hey, he makes some really good bourbon. Okay. And that will do for the top shelf for now. I do have some Colonel. I got a Booker's up there, like I said, Caribou's, Cephal, the Four Roses. I have an Elijah 18, but it's kind of a decoy. It's not really a top shelf bourbon. I'll explain here in a second. Let me put these back up here. Man, get a few of these next ones out. Definitely got makers, some more makers. Gotta do another Rustults. Gotta do another Heaven's Door. Let's do Toasted. Let's do Breckenridge. Whew, we're gonna fill this bar up real quick. We'll see how many of these it takes. We might fill this bad boy up just with this right here. Anyway, so like I was saying, that Elijah 18, it's the decoy. Somebody comes over and goes, "Oh my God, Elijah Craig 18." Yeah, not a big fan. Wasn't that great. A little pissed I spent that much on that, honestly. But if you ever come over and I don't think you really appreciate whiskey or bourbon, but you want to try something that you think is going to be really good, I'll probably give you that because one, it's not offensive. And two, if you don't like it, I don't care. Three, if you really like it and you want more of it, I don't care. So yeah, that's the decoy bottle, folks. A little bit more Heaven's Door. Oh man, I'm like crying over here every time I drip any. This is just their straight bourbon whiskey. This is a 92 proof. Very, very good stuff. And this came out of a sampler pack. I've got two other ones. There was a rye, and I can't remember the other one. But we still have the other two to try. I'm super excited and pretty stoked to open those up one of these days. Let's go over to Russell's. This is 101 proof, 55% ABV. This is the Russell's Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Yeah, good stuff. Oh. Wild Turkey knows how to keep a good nose. Now, since I'm doing almost full shots, the complexity of this, it'll be there with the Forever decanter, but it's going to have a good base because I've picked a lot of these strategically. There's nothing crazy that's going to overtake this bottle. It's going to be a little spicier, but nothing flavor-wise is going to overtake the whole thing. It's going to have a good mixture, and then anything I dump in after this, and any new bottles I open, it's just going to absorb and kind of blend in there with it. So kind of intentional with how much of each of these I'm putting in is because I want to have a good base and ensure that this Forever decanter doesn't go south on me. We're going to do a Russell's 10-year now. Okay. I just actually had me a dram of this 10-year just a few minutes ago. This stuff is very good too. It is kind of lighter, 45 ABV, so only 90 proof. Keep mixing my corks up here. I'm going to keep that in line. That's done. I'm going to have to start getting a little picky here. Here's the rabbit hole. This is the high gold, which is this their high rye one? Yeah, high rye small batch. This is actually really good. Very, very underappreciated in my opinion. This is great for mixing, neat, beautiful bottle presentation. You can do about anything with this stuff. It doesn't stand head and shoulders above anything, but it is a solid bourbon for about $50-$60 price range most places. So okay, makers 46 cast strength. Oh yeah, that cork's in there good. I have a ton of makers bottles I have yet to open. They're all the different stave profiles. Very interesting how they can get 1,001 different batches just by changing their stave profiles around. Their 46 cast strength. This is a 55.15, so 110.3 proof bourbon. Beautiful stuff. Let's go. You gotta have some Eagle Rare in there, otherwise everybody will get mad. Especially if I put Buffalo Trace in. Everything from Buffalo Trace typically have these wooden corks. And my Eagle Rare was the first bottle where the cork actually broke and was in danger of falling into the whiskey. I was able to fish it out before any damage could be done to the juice. But always save your corks. It's like one of the biggest pieces of advice I can give anybody. Save your damn corks. Regular makers 46. So this is 94 proof. This is for base flavor profile. The 46 is tremendous. We already did the 46 cast strength, very, very similar in profile and taste, just higher proof. This is quite a bit lower proof, but a must-have. And they've actually changed the bottle. You won't see the 46 bottle like this anymore. They're making it like a regular, which has the French stave, I think, or French oak cask or something is what it says on there now. All right. Oh, yeah, we got some room. All right. Ezra Brooks cast strength. This is a barrel pick. This is 120 proof. I catch shit about this one because it's Ezra Brooks. This was actually fantastic. And again, this is going to be adding some of that spice to it, keeping that meatball and that liquid at a high proof here. But again, it's one that's not offensive. It's actually better than you might think. Ezra Brooks does not get a very good reputation. Uh-oh, that's the open, or the, I got an open one somewhere. Not a fan of doing too much Elijah Craig, but I do like their toasted. So we'll add toasted barrel. This will give it a little bit of that smoky flavor. Shouldn't overtake it, being only the one shot. Hopefully my shit's still recording here since my computer decided to go into sleep mode. So looks like it's still going. All right. Where's my lid? Another stupid cork design. Really, really dislike that. Breckenridge Bourbon, another big surprise out of the bourbon tournament out of Breckenridge, Colorado. I do have the rum cask. I have yet to open. I'm excited to try it. Most rum casks, Madeira casks, like there's certain cask finishes that you know are going to be good. Breckenridge is one of those. So this is a 105 high proof blend. Let's see, this barrel, toasted barrel, is a 94. Let's throw some good old Buffalo Trace in here, because what kind of forever decanter doesn't have some Buffalo Trace? Let's be real, folks. We're about 3/4 of the way there. And then it's going to be bottle killing on some of my ones I've been just hanging on to add to this. I know I said I wasn't going to open any, but I got so much Buffalo Trace and I go through it like water. So there's nothing to worry about there, folks. All right. This is more of a mid shelf. I'm not even sure if there's a full shot, but Four Roses single barrel is going to go in. Probably not even a full shot. We're going to kill off some TX bourbon. Got probably just over a shot. We're just going to do the regular 93 proof Yellowstone. Nothing special to it. Just normal bottle. We'll do a Maker's 101. Let's get through some of these. Some people's just go-to bottle. A lot of people just have this as their daily sipper. Can't go wrong. Not one of my favorites from Makers, but still very good base selection to add to this. Four Roses. I do enjoy the single barrel. At first time I tried it, I was like, man, this is kind of a basic bitch bourbon. Like I wasn't a huge fan. Oh, come on, you can get that last little bit. Bottle killed. But after letting it sit and open up for a little bit, playing around with it, doing a little dash of water here and there, ice cube, playing around with it, man, it opened up. So beginner bourbon snobs want to learn, nosing and flavor profiles. Four Roses single barrel. You can find them as cheap as $40, and you can't go wrong. TX bourbon, nothing special about it. It's just a basic bourbon, and honestly, this might be my next decanter model. Nothing special about it. I might try to clear off as much of the stickers as I can, and this might become my rye decanter. Possible. I do like just the style of the bottle and some of the design around some of it, so I'll save what I can and then see if I can clear off some of the other, but that's the main reason I want to kill this one. And it's not offensive. There's really nothing much to this. TX does a really good blended whiskey. That is fantastic. Got a little puddle over here. I'm gonna have people mad at me in the comments. Wash me in your judgment. Especially as I pour Yellowstone into this beautiful bottle. Somebody's gonna be like, "Oh my God, blasphemy!" So more blasphemous to put some of these in here, or as much as I've spilled? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. All right, so let's just finish this off. Let's be real. There's not enough there to do anything with anyway. All right, another bottle kill. It's good. I need some room. I'm out of room. All right, we got enough for 2 or 3 more. Let's do some fun. Old Forester. Puncher's Chance store pick. Old Forester is a must. And end it with a little High West because that's me. I'm West. Okay. This is the marshmallow one. Oh man. So this is the 93 proof Old Forester 1910. Definitely worth. Not expensive at all. It is a lot darker than I remember. This one's been sitting for a while, so I am betting that one's gonna be beautiful. Blending in there. I'm excited. Ooh, I keep getting the wrong damn cork. All right. I got to mess the bottles. Oh my God, it's stressing me out. Oh. Now this High West bottle, that actually might be a cool bottle to do rise in. The glass in it is very unique. It's like bubbled glass. This Puncher's Chance, this was a local store pick here in Iowa. Again, nothing crazy, 57% alcohol. And then let's top this off with High West Whiskey American Prairie Bourbon. Does it say? It's got to tell you what the proof is, right? 46. It's 46%. There we go. We're pretty much up to the top. We'll call that good for now. All right. We're going to let that sit. And then we will have a tasting at some point soon. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully, yeah, let me know. Let me know what was right and what was wrong, what was good, what was bad. What did I miss? What needs to go in here next? And I'll definitely drop another video, let you know how it tastes. Appreciate you as always. Love you. Bye.
It just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive. El Dorado. Oh, Lord. Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Welcome, one and all, to a very special Forever Bottle production here, folks. I am your king of extreme, the king of the Forever Bottle, Phil K.O.E., and I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
The Blend Master, Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. Now, folks, there are a lot of different scotches on this table, but they all fall under one banner.
the Dalmore. Yes,
And
folks.
I do like blending many of these together, but that's not really why we're here. Why are we here?
We're going to make a Forever Bottle, team.
I love
And
it.
we're going to start with the base, you know, because people always try to get these decanters. They got to wash them and rinse them and do all this stuff. You know what? The distillery already did it all for me. And there's some of what I want already in the bottom there. So we're going to use this bottle here of the Dalmore Dominion. As you can see, I just crossed out the Dominion because when we're done here, this is still going to be a Highland single malt Scotch. I just want one last
one
thing.
little snort of
I have a
that.
whole other bottle of this.
Yeah, but it's not
sealed.
open.
Yeah.
So we're not going to open that.
So this is the Dalmore Dominion. This is actually, truth be told, my personal favorite of the Dalmore
That
line.
it
Of
is.
everything here, of all these bottles, I have reviewed every one of these bottles here at the K.O.E. Nation,
Man,
and the Dalmore Dominion is my personal favorite.
that's a shame that one's no longer available.
I-
That is
I
stupid
think
good.
sometime this summer we might order another one or two just to have
We
them.
can
as-
find it.
Yeah,
now,
they're like getting up there. But folks, the time has come, and we're going to do this. Now, we're going to start off with some of these bottles that have just a little bit left, just like this. But let's get started. And we're going to get started with one that I really like, the Dalmore Cigar Malt Reserve. It's almost nothing.
I know.
Oh, I thought you were going to
No.
I need another snort. It's like,
No, this
Tony,
one-
no,
this is
you
what-
can't do that to me.
No, this
There's
one,
only a snort in there.
I wanted to compare the sizes real quick.
Oh, yeah. The Dominion's one of the
Yeah.
smallest
Okay,
bottles.
so
in Dalmore.
yeah, so 700 milliliters versus
This
same
might
as
come to
700.
bite me choosing the smallest bottle, but I don't care.
Now
is
this
my
one
favorite.
I remember specifically. That one got a lot better as the bottle went down. Like the air oxidizing with this one, definitely. I really enjoyed it the further down it got.
Now, I do have a funnel, but I'm also fairly good at just decanting from one
Well,
bottle
the
to the
Dalmore
next.
makes a really nice wide mouth. Like, it's not a giant hole, but the bottle itself is thick, so it's not like you're gonna miss. Gorgeous.
And so, Cigar Malt Reserve. Thank you.
We shall use.
Then, let's go to that one last. We've got a
the
nice
15.
considerable amount of the 15. Do you want a quick pour of this?
I have a bottle of 15 myself.
Okay. All right.
This is one of my personal favorites. Just
Same here.
Stupid good. Stupid good. Well, while you're there,
I mean,
it's
you're
just too good.
you're about to see it go bye-bye,
Yeah.
and so you're like, I got to have just a few.
Well, mine's still fairly full, so I wanted to see how it compared to one that's nearly gone.
So the Dalmore 15. So now what's great about me doing this is, Tony, you studiously keep track of every single scotch that goes into your scotch decanter.
That I do.
Me,
Mm.
I just have to go back to this video.
That has no business being that good and being as affordable as it is.
I mean, Amoroso, Apostolese, and Methuselah Sherry. And the Dominion is a first fill of one of those three. I
And
believe
this
it's Methuselah Sherry.
This is much chocolatier the deeper into the bottle. The sherry is a lot more prevalent on the top.
Now, I want every drop of this, and I wish I had many more, but of the Dalmore 18.
Oh,
Like, unfortunately, this is all that I can put in here because this is all I have. Many a Night of Life and Truth was discussed over this particular bottle.
good God. Jesus.
Oh, I spilled like 6 drops. Chill. I mean, fair enough. It's not like they give this stuff away.
No. The 18 is some of the best stuff you can get. And you can get it for under $200 a bottle. It is a little spendy, but you get what you pay for with this one.
Yeah.
Plus a good bottle. And I happen to know that it's available. You can find it.
And now we're adding, folks, the Dalmore King Alexander III. One of the finest Dalmores. And it's actually, as you can see, I poured myself a very healthy dram of this particular whiskey to enjoy throughout the evening.
Now, again, this is one that got
a lot
me,
of chocolate here.
This got heavy chocolate on the bottom. I was not a massive fan at the top of the bottle.
At first, it kind of had almost like a rope flavor.
It's very sulfury was my initial thoughts with it, and it didn't blow me away. But yeah, the back end of this, very chocolatey. This is one that gets really, really complex. Like, there's a lot going on with this one. Just a ton.
Let that just drip there for just a
I
little
was gonna say,
bit.
we're going to lay these all on their side, and we're going to get every last drop out of those bottles.
Fair enough. I will have no problem with that.
Yeah.
You just lay that one on
Yep.
the side now. Because the thing is, for those who don't know, if you take an empty bottle and you lay it on its side and you leave it there for at least 20 minutes, you'll get at least another 20 to 30 drops of each of them. But that's not what we are after here this evening. Now we have to start using a funnel. Okay, folks, because we're going from... Now, I'm sure I could decant perfectly from this glass, but
Let's not.
yes. So, and if you're like, oh my goodness, they use plastic nozzles at the distillery, chill
You
out.
can see we've got them.
We still have a few to go,
You
and
got
we
it.
got some
You
room.
got almost a third of the bottle filled up already. So,
So,
we're going to have to be a little more conservative at this point.
all right. Well, if that's the case,
There.
these two, I'm going to basically fill this glass up with half and half of this.
Okay, that's fair. These are not necessarily traditional Dalmores. You've got the 14-year Gordon MacPhail.
Yep.
And the 15-year 1999 Alexander Murray Company. Now, this one, what was the proof on this one?
This was 57.6 ABV. If this one, keep in mind, because if we have a little extra room, I might add a little extra just to kick the
That's
proof
fair.
up a bit.
Totally.
And
fair.
there's only 255 bottles of this in the world, so I'd like to have just maybe. So let's leave that one on the corner of the table there. But this one, Alexander Murray, 15-year.
This one's ridiculously good. 15-year, 1999. One of the best years of music, folks. Look it up.
So,
hit me up for the link in my Spotify playlist. You won't regret it. That yeet, yeet, yeet. Yeah, the spout on the bottom of that funnel is not exactly large, so it does
well,
go slowly.
there, folks, a few drops may be strewn throughout this journey, but guess what? This is a journey that you and I are going to take together. And with the one and only Tony G, there you go. That bottle shall be of Yeetville. So, you know what? Before we get any further, Tony, we really can't do this.
The fact that
without-
it's been this long and you haven't put any of the standard 12
the Dalmore 12 has to go in.
It's a must.
And I'm giving it a full ounce.
This is one of the best bargains in Scotch, folks. You might be better pouring straight from the bottle.
You know, we'll see. Oh, wow, like magic. I've got a new different glass to use.
That was wild.
That was fucking crazy.
Wild.
The magic of editing. So, Dalmore 12, I spilled a few drops, but I'll be okay.
Yeah, this one's available, and it's only like 60,
Yeah.
$70 a bottle.
But now we're getting into the more esoteric, if you will. This is the Dalmore Regalis. So basically, I'm just going to get it to the point where it's almost filling the tulip. Not quite.
Let me see this.
This is an interesting one. It's another first fill sherry cask.
Okay. This one I don't recall specifically the review.
Oh, yeah, this is way
With
better.
most of these travel.
See, look at this. Look at this. It's way better.
Hey, perfect.
I just poured it. Oh, that's. Yeah.
If not all, but with most, these are all 40% ABVs, these travel exclusives.
But yes, that one has now been added. So, T, that one can be of the
That's
yeast.
what these are here.
Okay. So let's just start up front here.
What did you say about the sherry on this one?
I think it's a Apostles first fill sherry.
Yeah,
I
it's
could be
definitely
wrong.
not standard sherry smell.
Because I think Luceo is first fill Amoroso. So that one, ooh.
Yeah, this one definitely. Okay, there. The back half of the Regalis reminds
Just
you of
smell
Dalmore.
that. Yeah.
You want a
a little nip of that?
I don't remember this one either.
It's
Okay.
like the Dominion, but a little different.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. But no, like with this one, I didn't really feel Dalmore until the back half on the Regalis. And this is which?
Luceo,
You say,
which
okay.
you will taste it
A
immediately.
lot more chocolate on the nose. Oh, that is stupid good.
If there happens to be any room, let also save this one next to that other Gordon and McFiala
Yep.
bottle, just in case there happens to be some room.
Yep.
I don't think there's going to be a lot.
No,
But there
we'll put these two there. And we'll move these three.
Nice. Tony is kind of the yeet master of this particular project. And yeah, T, I even told you up front, this project, I could do this on my own, but it just wouldn't be.
Well, I don't know that you have a lot of people that appreciate the Dalmore as much as myself.
And nobody else has been through all these reviews.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's start with the trio.
That was so good.
This is an interesting one.
This one we weren't blown away by this, and this is not one I see that you.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Valor.
Yeah.
This is 3 casks of, this is bourbon, sherry, port.
Yeah.
This
Which is
a blend of bourbon, sherry, and port. So they're kind of the same thing.
That's when we'll have to do head to head because I get why it's a travel exclusive, but at the same time, there's nothing exotic about that.
So actually, because of that, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to put the Valor and the trio in the same glass.
That's fair.
Because I want to smell it too. I want to smell how they.
That's fine. That is.
It seems to round out and fix each other.
Really soft.
Yeah.
Really soft. Now these are again.
Yep. Those are now
40 ABV. Yep.
the trio and
Valor
are now in this particular forever bottle. And I think we're going to have plenty of room here, T.
Yeah,
it's
I
looking
gotta
like
say.
it. But, hey, we still got some ways to go. We've got the quartet.
This one is
4 cask.
This one's up
finishes.
there with the Dominion. This one is just. We were blown away by this one. I see you've been babying this one.
A little bit. Well, we've been getting into bourbon pretty heavy lately.
Yeah, we have been pretty American centric here in the reviews. This one is slightly higher at 41.5 ABV.
Okay, now this one, the quintet 5 cask finishes, just 1 shy of King Alexander. I'm gonna put a little bit in here, to be fair.
Good sampling of that guy.
Just want a little,
That's good.
yeah. At this point, you're like, all right, I've sampled like 7.
See, now this one, okay, that's why I wanted this one, because
Heaven.
this one is 44.5 ABV. This is actually pretty heavy for Dalmore. And what were the 5 casks on this? Do you recall? I assume
Bourbon, sherry, port, Cabernet Sauvignon, and then there was one, I think it was either Marsala or something. I couldn't remember the last one. It was, you know how they always have that one that's kind of...
One of the exotics.
Yep. Now, here's one. When it's gone, it's gone.
This one I love.
The Dalmore
Absolutely
Vintage 2008. Aged
That's a 10, yeah.
10-year-old. Now I'm about to pop this.
Mm.
And I want you to measure
good.
how fast it takes. He's like, I'm going to report it.
Wow.
Hang on.
If you're expecting it.
All right. We're going to make a new record here. The K.O.E. Nation. So.
Why don't you give me a pour?
Hey, okay.
This one's stupid good. I said this during the review. Like, this is something that they should seriously consider bottling regularly. Like, at 10 years, without any silly gimmicks. This is almost perfection.
I can't remember because it's a limited release.
And
I can't remember if this is Madeira or Marsala casks. I'll have to look it up. But
Madeira?
I could see because we love Madeira
Yes.
casking around here.
And I assume that's why we
K.O.E.
enjoyed it as
Nation.
much as we did. But this one's super high. 46 ABV. 46 for a Dalmore.
For a Scotch.
For a Scotch. But yeah, at 2008, 10 years, like if you bottled this at 10 year and just made this part of your principal line, I wouldn't complain. In fact, I encourage it. And this is one of the less dark offerings. So this is one, if you can find it, get it, or just send it to us.
Well, that was a little heavy. But you know what?
What you got there?
Portwood.
And I love this one as well. Thing about this one, it's not everybody's favorite. Very heavy.
I think that's just a little much for what I'm wanting to do. So there you go, T. There's a little Portwood for
thanks.
you. I know that breaks your heart.
I love the Portwood. Believe it or not, if you go a 50-50 blend with the Portwood and the 15-year, for some reason it works. It just
Now,
works.
this one is one of my new favorites. Yes. This is Sherry Cask Edition.
Oh, yes, the 12-year Sherry Cask Reserve. This one, we looked for this for almost 2 years. Actually, maybe longer. Good Lord. Because we were right on the cutting edge. Like, holy shit, they're going to do this. This one is so good. I absolutely love this one. You can't go wrong with Sherry. And the 12-year, again, the standard 12-year, one of the best bargains in Scotch. And adding some extra Sherry, how can you really go wrong?
You know what? To add some extra flair and some extra just
he's
uniqueness
going
to
in.
this, I'm adding a bit more
Mm.
of a connoisseur's choice because there was just a few drops in there.
That
And
2000
actually bring that Alexander back,
All
the
right.
Alexander Marine Co., because we got some room.
Seriously, that 2008, like, make that part of the principal line. 10 years, please. Please, please.
Because now that kicked the proof up. I just want a few drops
Hey,
of
that
this.
2008, close to 50. Now, what'd you say this one was? 55?
Where is it up here? There it is. Yeah,
55.6.
55.6. So Add a little more proof on the front end here. Then one last little capping of the Luceo.
Yeah, I don't remember that one being that good, but damn, that is delish.
Yeah, it's annoyingly good. Oh my
That fork's
goodness.
Really nice. Love. Luceo.
There we are, folks. It's in the neck. And it seals.
Absolutely phenomenal.
So, folks, now you just do
That'll do.
and let it sit for a week and then come back to it. Now,
that's one.
this is going to be a forever bottle that is worth remembering, folks. And you got to
Now-
see it get made here.
Should we add an addendum to this video of a sampling of this?
You know, Tony, I
Because-
think we should. And like, I think we need to. I think we need to Wayne's World. Whoa! Wow, time and stuff.
Wow. I feel like I've been frozen in carbonite, Han Solo style.
Well, luckily, you just came right out of that time warp
Yeah.
to here 3 weeks later.
I know. I don't feel any different. I don't think the appearances have changed.
Oh,
I think
no, not at all.
everything looks the same. Hell, the camera looks.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
We have an updated camera. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
it's-
Like, yeah, it's
Weird.
all right. Here we go. Okay. So here we go, folks.
Here we go. What's the ABV on this?
Fuck you.
We're gonna go with 47.2.
Sure, why not? This is gonna be.
I have been eagerly waiting.
You have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been really waiting to see how this Dalmore Infinity bottle,
Should we recap everything that's in it again? Just kidding.
this Dalmore incredible bottle.
Oh God. Oh my God.
It's like candied sherried port. I'm getting a little bit of port, but
Yeah,
so
that's
candied.
This does remind me a lot of that 15/port blend that I'm a big fan of because you get the finished casks here coming through pretty heavy. And there's only one. Well,
A lot of raisins.
there's really one port
I mean,
finish in here, but
I'm getting plum, raisins, grape. Like, it's
Yeah.
a lot of different ones.
chocolate, deep chocolate.
Strangely enough, milk chocolate, not dark chocolate.
Well, I could see both actually.
Or like a bitter,
Like a beautiful mix of the two. Like if you're gonna make a s'mores with a special dark chocolate and a regular milk.
a bitter
chocolate.
milk chocolate.
Mm. A semi-sweet.
Maybe.
Mm.
Tony. I think
Yeah, I'm ready. To art. There's a chocolate. Oh my God, there's a chocolate. Chocolate. It's the
this is just a
chocolate strawberry, like the chocolate
beautiful
orange.
melody
Mhm.
of everything that
Wow.
the Dalmore
Oh, that's
is.
that finish.
And because of those
Wow.
high cask strength samples I added, it brought up the ABV just a little
Oh
bit,
yeah, with those two,
which
it
really
probably
helped.
got it to 50.
I'd say 45, maybe.
I don't know. I thought you put a pretty healthy dose of both of those in.
Mm-hmm.
You went back to them at the end, I thought.
I did.
Mm. Yeah, chocolate raspberry.
I'm gonna be honest. Like
Wow.
the two that stand out the most are the 15, and I'm getting some elements of the King Alexander
Yeah, I was gonna say
because that's a pretty powerful Scotch.
on the nose, I get a lot of that. Surprisingly, the portwood, but yeah, I got to agree. The King Alexander,
Really stands out.
It does.
And also,
but that is an overpowered.
the reason
Scotch.
we're getting all of that like grape, plum, raisin is because there's so many first fill sherries
Mhm.
that are in here. So this is
Wow.
so Blend Master. I must ask, what would you grade this as a blend?
Well, it's clearly not an F.
No.
It's definitely not a D. That's ridiculous.
Mm-mm.
The C would be underselling this massively. B really isn't fair. A is much closer. This is obviously an A+ blend right here. This is art, folks. This is artwork in a bottle.
Oh, Richard Patterson.
Oh,
You had everything to do with almost every drop that made its way into this.
oh my goodness.
And I must say, thank you.
So chocolatey good.
Oh, this is stupid good.
This is beautiful.
Mm.
Mm.
So
What a beautiful melody of scotch. You got to appreciate
it gets sweeter over time.
It does. It's really opening up, and sweetness is really pouring through. Yeah, like I got to go back to that chocolate strawberry. Like you get a chocolate orange. Mm. Mm.
Well, T,
Mm.
anything you'd like to say to the people? Oh, he's savoring. He's savoring.
Oh my God, how many cask finishes are in that? So many. Upwards of like 40?
Not quite that many, but
Getting
folks,
there.
you can go back through this video and it's well, I mean, Tony, you just gave them a perfect reason to hit replay as soon as this video is over and you've hit the thumbs up and subscribe, obviously.
Exactly.
So T, this is Ascendant.
Translucent.
Scrumdiddlyumptious, like wherever you need to go there, folks. Those are the words that we're going to use for this. This is Ascendant. This is amazing. A+ blend of a bottle I am going to savor for years. So, T, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation for this review, for this creation of this amazing infinity bottle, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and a lover of Highland Scotch whiskey. Signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. See you next time.
Smooth itself out.
oh yeah.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let you down slow. It's hard to survive.
Yes, folks, it's hard to survive. But yeah, folks, you know what? It is that time of the evening. It's that time. It's that place. And it's about time to throw a poem in your face. Because, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation, folks. I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Please, folks, come back to the K.O.E. Nation anytime for another great chill stream or what have you. Folks, I'm going to take off. God bless every last one of you. And here is Fresh Blessings by Mario Vitale. How we doing, all y'all? It's time for another poem of the week. This is by the great Mario Vitale, and it's called Fresh Blessings. Meet me on the Nile, on the edge, a little wild, safe thus far beyond the river, to flow as if it takes your breath away, carry on through the autumn breeze, left a current blessings fold, you will do what you are told, thoughts through an emotion blend. Won't you help me, my friend? Safe thus far, a trip in the car. Stay on the path worth light. Never give up on the fight. Listening towards the rain, I have become cumbersome to this world. Impressed toward my girl. It's all good health. Running through bases, soft pedals with excommunication. Dare the savor, the stead. What's the matter with your head? Mario William Vitale. Fresh blessings, folks. Folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments or in any way you can reach me. Until then, God bless. Travel well, everyone. This has been this poem of the week. Catch you around.